Hello. Good morning. Sorry, I got something in my eye. In a lamp, PCU, Alwax, Cat, Paki, Suni, Flashlight. Whatever to people Twitch. Hey, Suni on Twitch. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Also, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Again, thank you.
Okay, too much. Enough. How's everyone doing? I am not tired at all. I said like 4 hours, made bad decisions. But here we are, we're pushing through. Hopefully I can go the full stream length today. Because there is so much to read. Hello, fellow lacking sleep. Imagine sleeping a good amount of hours. Couldn't be me. Hey, Joe. But you know, I'm usually I try to be good with my sleeping schedule. You know, try to not to sleep too late. Since I need to wake up early. But this week, I've been unwise and going to sleep like between midnight and 1 a.m. Which is bad when you need to wake up at like 6 or 5. Hello, thank you. Hello, half body. Hello. Thank you for the posture check. Esquedado. That's such a good word. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm currently drinking coffee, so not much hydration, but as soon as I'm done with my coffee, I will go get some water for proper hydration. Vote for Meshti, make Repo great again. I am so sorry, I voted for Leva. Woke up at like 3 a.m. Oh, that happened to me yesterday. I had to wake up at like 6. You know, usual time. But I woke up at like 5. And I was like, okay, I guess we roll with the punches now. And then I had something to do from like 7 to 11. And then I stayed on the computer until like 1:30 a.m. And then I went to bed and I stayed on my phone until like 2 a.m. Bad. Do not do that. But yeah, I think we all should make an alliance and vote for Leva. Either Leva or Raw. Because I love Kluke. You guys know I love Kluke. I've loved 416 since forever. We can't have her getting another fucking skin. She needs to be stopped. Mi vieja me llama. Entendible. All the people not voting for Kluke should vote for Leva. You know, just to spite her. Think about it. Consider the possibility that Kluke will hate nothing more than losing to Leva. You know, let that fuel your thoughts. let that sit with you. Hey, Shuri, you're going to a con? Have fun! I still vote for Dilemma. Understandable. That's a pretty good argument. See? Think about it, guys. Consider the possibility. For all the non-cookie enjoyers, consider the possibility that she will be pissed if she lost to Leva, in particular. It will be so funny. For those that might be confused as to what the fuck I'm talking about, since it's, I'll probably, maybe I'll show it, I don't know. Since it's anniversary, first anniversary for Ian, they put up a vote on the game itself. You can vote for a doll, and you know, then like complete missions, and you will get like little pen lights. Basically, you get points to like support her, and there's a ranking. So there's a ranking of dolls being supported by people, and the first place of the doll ranking will receive a new outfit with swappable accessories and a new weapon skin. The second place will receive a new outfit and a new weapon skin, and the third place will receive a new weapon skin. Wait. All right. All right. Hey, dog. A bellhound. We need to beat the Hayamite, yes. Damn, the bashing my wife is big. No, I said I love Cloquet. I've loved 416 since Gears Frontline 1. I loved her since Cube, when she was a bitch. When like she was full on a bitch. But you know, she already got a skin with swappable parts. She needs to step aside and give a chance to others. Hey, Riding Hood. Should get some eye drops later. Yeah, she already got two skins with swappable parts. You're right. And now she's gonna get another. She get another due to her winning in CN. She can't get a third. She can't. She can't get a third one. This is our chance for short hair Leva. I will fight to the death for short hair Leva. Where Cookie Fan is too many, we do not vote. That's what I'm saying. We should all vote for Leva. Trust me, guys. She's second place. If we gather all the other votes from the other dolls onto her, if we funnel them into her, we can do this. We can make this happen. We can be the change that we want to see. This is my political speech. The live election special. But yeah, I'll show you guys, for those that don't play the game, and that'll give me a chance to jump straight to the game. So here's the thing. You go. And look at the difference also between Leva and Cookie. Second place and first place. It's insane. That's a whole ass 1.5 million difference. But if we gather everyone else, you know, and we just funnel it into Leva and maybe someone else, we can make it happen. If we as a community can pick 3 other dolls, we can get Cookie out of the rankings, out of the top 3. I believe. Call Seiya. Moshi Mosh, Seiya. I need your reach to spread my political agenda against Cookie. The Flat Alliance. Which reminds me, it is a new month. Which means 5 memberships going out now. No preamble, they're just going out. There they go. Congratulations to the 5 new members. Sorry, I'm tired. But yeah, guys, we can make this happen. We need to come together and get Cookie out of the top 3. This has to be like that time on launch where we all agreed to put $1 in the unranked PvP. Yeah, exactly. You know, we made that work. We can make this work. Listen. Look at all the others. We have enough numbers. We only need to come together. It doesn't even have to be for $1. It can be 3. We can divide it up in 3. We just need to pick 3. And we can make this happen. They should just not put Clue K in these votes, honestly. I'm gonna make a Twitter post about it right now. Just gonna go insane on Twitter. Give me a second. The Plucky win streak must be stopped. I am on a mission. Girls Frontline community. We must come together and pick 3 other dolls only. If we can do it, we can push Look out of top 3. I believe he can't win again. I love her, but she can't win again. ¡Viva la revolución! Join me in this honorable crusade. And I'm gonna put the tag Kiss Frontline to Exilium. I don't give a fuck. Your laugh is really I like sleep. I'm doing unhinged stuff. Yeah, I sleep like 4 hours. What do you expect? Also, I honestly don't really care that much, but it's at the same time I do. So it's kind of funny to just be like, guys. All right, there it goes. I want everyone to go share that. I want everyone to go share my latest Twitter post. Cookie can't keep breaking these, please understand. Exactly. We all know Kluk is gonna win, but you know, also it will be so funny if we as a community actually come together to avoid it. It will be. Think about this, guys. If you're not convinced by my previous arguments, think about this. It will be very funny. But yeah, this is. If you want to switch, I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah, you can switch here, but only every a few hours. I'm surprised Gross is in 3rd place. Me too, actually. And with so many points. I mean, yes and no. Groza has always had some popularity by design only. I mean, there's a reason she got like skins and figures and merch and stuff back in the Gears Frontline 1 days. You know, I raise, I mean, Leva, of course, she's the closest one, even though it's just one. It's still very far. Well, Stololo maybe, Springfield. Anyone else from 404, really? Raw deserves more votes. I can't believe they put this now. It ends in 4 days. They put draw in here without letting people see the entirety of Deep Oblivion. This is rigged. This is rigged, Mika. You can't do this to Raw. If AR-18 was there, that would be probably done. True. I'm a loyalist and I say God save the Queen. Springfield getting the North American buff. I remember her being dead at the end in CN. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Springfield clearly is gonna be more liked in America. They did draw their T. They can put draw in there when Deep Oblivion is not done. And she just dropped. Who's the last? Damn. But yeah, we can make this happen, guys. Even if we just pick the top 3, they wanted to rate top 3. So 2, 3, and 4. Even if we divide them between these 3, we can do it. Gross and total is much higher than in CN, I think. Damn, what does CN have against Tololo? Wait, I need to share my Twitter post with my friends. Actually. All right. See my post getting likes, but not shares. Not shares. I see you guys. Drag crocodile from first place. Can I make a signboard? Of course. Well, yeah. Anyway, that's my political campaign now. We only got 4 days to make a change, guys. Damn, it updated. She's at 4 million. Fuck. It's so funny. Only 4 days? Yeah. I mean, I don't know when it started. I mean, I think it started this week. The numbers are going the wrong way, real. Come on, guys. We can pull this off. We can do it. We can't have her winning in CN and then in global. She will though. I mean, like, you know, I'm resigned to the fact that she will, but also it's just very funny to be like, guys, we can do it. Here, 1 extra million votes. How the fuck did she went from 3 million to 4 million in like an hour? Man, this song is such a banger. All me. Shut up, cat. And during my alliance speech, to top it off, you know, this is a targeted attack. Anyway, let's do some biking. So maybe I'll wake up properly before getting to read. You voted for Nemesis? I'll accept it. I have a friend that voted for Raw, but he's like, I'm gonna wait and maybe change my vote to Leva. It's just, we can't have Kluke winning again. This minigame is so fun. I need them to keep it forever. Dum, 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 dum. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, Rojo has my heart, that's valid. Would love if we eventually get M16 and play this minigame with Beak. That would be so funny. Imagine we get M16 and then, you know, we get this minigame back, but it's not her right in the back, it's Beak. How my friend doing 10,000 plus and endless? Probably with Vector and upgrades. How much chaos the Wolf and Witch. The voting thing reminds me of how much chaos the Wolf and Witch voting thing in your Frontline was. Oh no, the voting. Whenever Gears Frontline brings up voting, I am always reminded of the first Mod 3 update vote. The first and only one, for reasons. That was an experience. When everyone hated Sentai Racy. Imoko getting death threats. Good old times. What was that? Something contributed. Thank you. I will check. I will check after I'm done biking. Thank you so much, though. But yeah, with Vector you can get better scores usually in endless mode because her bike is faster. I never tried Kluke's bike. Maybe I'll try it for next stage just because I'm curious. Also, I really like her bike. I really like clunky, stupid looking bikes. I think they look very cool. Vector being OP while having zero self-confidence. That is the Vector experience. Truly a Girls Frontline moment of all time. Oh yeah. It's much wider. Ah. Still waiting for Centaurus to get 100 outputs into this game as well. Yeah, me too. And hopefully get people angry again. You know, we need to return to our roots sometimes. Alright, let's try Kluke's bike. Even though I hate the skin. Oh, it is much wider. Get out of here. Considering they made Kluke the de facto bike rider, I find it low-key funny that it's Vector the one that has the faster bike. I think, I'm not sure guys, confirm this for me if I'm wrong. I think the bike being wider makes items easier to grab. It might just be an illusion. Yes? And not attack bike. Reignite the racist civil war. Never forget your roots. Alright, we're completing this, probably. Okay, we're going back to wife. Ooh. They made the bridge smaller. Okay, not anymore. Get down. If Vector's speed and quick is bigger hitbox, what is Leva? Coolness factor. I think the bikes might have the same hitbox actually. I do feel like Leva's bike. Maybe I just got too used to the game, but I feel like Leva's bike is more manageable. Higher wind resistance. I kind of get what you mean. So it's not just me, right? It feels like very stable. Like it's easy to ride. Vectors is faster, which can make maneuvering a bit difficult sometimes, and cookies felt clunkier, probably because of the size. But I don't know if it's just an optical illusion or something, because they went at the same speed, Levas and cookies. Nyong. It is such a fun minigame. I love bikes minigames. I like the Nikki minigame, this one is better. I basically, I'm gonna say that you mean 9? The Lord warning on play order on Twitter. Yeah, no, Lena's story is after the Oblivion, but I mean, you can't really read it after the Oblivion since it ends before the Oblivion Part 2 drops. But you know, we make what we do what we can with the limited options we are given. I always have 40 on the mind. Understandable. Okay, a ping. All right. But yeah, let me go get some water and we shall jump into that reading. All right, sorry, I went to quickly pet my cats. Hello, Night Alice. Man, I hate you too. They changed the name display thingy and now I barely recognize people. I feel like I should recognize a bunch of you, but I don't. Some I do, some I'm like, hey, person. Ow. There's more Frontline survivors also. Oh, they have Leva there. But we're not gonna do that. Hi, you random citizen. But yeah, we were Not really halfway through, but close? Question mark. Hopefully we can finish between today and tomorrow, and next week rush B on Lena's event. But yeah, let's see. I thought the meta was rush C. Yes, rush C. You're right. Routine traffic stop. The path which should have been clear just so happens to be filled up with a long queue. Megamind is such a good movie. It is. It truly is. But yeah, last time we were with Leva and Ro. They were investigating. And I mean, also Lena's event, from what I saw, is not really like it happens after. Apparently it kind of runs in parallel to what's going on here, but it still looks like it spoils some things from Deep Oblivion. So, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, last time Leva and Rovella were investigating suspicious politician activity. Girard Group might have stolen 16 lab tech. Girard Group might be trying to cozy up to the government a little too much by blackmailing and stuff. So, you know, fun times, fun political times. Good old Girls Frontline. Corruption in politics, I am shocked, yeah. We might have barely enough time to finish this part 1 on a stream. It's fine. We can put it off probably. I believe. I'm gonna rush now. As the ODE-22 checkpoint slowly comes into view, Lena, sitting in the passenger seat, leans back into a chair with a sigh of relief. We're finally here. Leva, those armed droids shouldn't dare come after us again, right? If the PSA spots them, they'll be in trouble too. I still don't understand why Sopo is wearing a 404 merch jacket. Not fighting anymore? I haven't had enough fun. Sopo straightens up in the back seat, glancing at the spoils spilled in the trunk. The ID code for the checkpoint is ready. Good work. If we pass smoothly, we should be in the clear. I got something in my throat, so probably be doing less voice work than usual when deviants are voiced. The Jeep drives steadily into ODE-22's city limits and gets caught in traffic. Ah, yes. Leva, you were right. After the checkpoint, it's been much smoother. Are we heading straight to the light rail station now? Oh yeah, right, we were going to a train station because they found a code. Yes, even though Rebella modified the ID code, we're now inside the satellite city's surveillance zone. They already managed to occasionally track us on the suburban roads. Spotting us in ODE-22 will be easy. We need to move quickly. According to the navigation, we'll reach the target in half an hour. But with traffic this heavy, we should multiply the time by 1.5. Understood. Sopo, your combat performance is the strongest. Once we arrive, if a fight breaks out, you and Lena handle fire support. I'll provide electronic warfare cover, and Rowella will search for the locker. If our guess is wrong, we retreat immediately. Weird though. Why is it suddenly all jammed up? It's not even rush hour. My dog! Hey, Hakuya! Yeah. Soap is back. Lena sticks her head out the window, squinting towards the front of the traffic. An accident. Doesn't look like it. Yeah? What is that? Suddenly getting a clear view, Lena ducks back inside. Leva, there are tons of security patrol droids stopping traffic up ahead. Some are even checking cars one by one. Damn, okay. A routine road inspection? That's too much of a coincidence. What do we do? The cars are stuck. We can't turn back now. So, I finally get to play with government droids? Don't make a scene just yet. Cooperate with inspection and play it by ear. Rosie Extra 5, Sopo, yeah, it's them! Hello, hello. She's trying to sell merchandise to support 404. Thank you, Sopo, thank you. The jeep slowly rolls forward with the line of cars until, under the patrol droid's direction, Leva brings it to a stop. A small patrol unit rolls up to the window, its camera flashing a green signal as it scans each of the dolls inside. Leva, what's it doing? It's an ID check. Unlike satellite city residents, we don't have reconnection chips. City residents have chips? Okay. The system will scan and match us against the government database to find our unique codes. That's the OMP45 Mod 3 skin. OMP... what? OMP9? Mod 3 skin? Oh yeah, no, it isn't. It looks to be kind of inspired by it though, but it's not. The patrol unit's camera swivels intermittently, its scanning time already longer than usual. Leva quietly signals with her hand. Dolls subtly tighten their grips on their sidearms. As expected, the green signal switches to red. The patrol unit blares a harsh alarm. The surrounding droids immediately switch into combat mode, pushing through the congested vehicles to surround them. Yes, she said something about getting out. They didn't let me read. Enemies approaching. Prepare to break through them. Lena, how are you doing? They cope with this 3D area? Yeah, it looks great, actually. Everything's fine. I'm approaching the objective. I want to get the tactical Lena skin. When are we getting that? Good one. Leva, I've reached the objective. Give me a tactical overview of your surroundings. I'll be giving you directions. What is that one? It's the one she shows up with in the trailer. And in one of the side stories, I think. This is more closer to her Mod 3 look. Back in Frontline 1. Pretty sure the jacket is pretty much the same. They just added and moved around some things. Got it. Tactical overview sent. I'm ready to go. She's doing the 3-phase. Yeah, Lena is the double dot 3-phase. She's always had that. The VR goggles also she had them in her Mod 3. She also has them on the other skin, but they look slightly different. How are things on your end, Rebella? I reached the combat zone. Ready to break through the security robot's cordon. It may show up in some of the loading screens. Damn, okay, be that way. That's better. Did M16 ever come home? Smiles. M16 is too busy jumping timelines, probably. Yeah, this is verse 16. This is all the OG 404 that I'm using. Yeah, you just stay sleeping. Damn, no one can reach that? Really? Beep was missing? No, she's here. She's right here. Why is she sleeping? Her new key puts her to sleep. I'm not sure what else it does, because I don't raid. I just unlock new things and equip them. Let me go read that actually now that you reminded me. Where are you? Oh, I haven't unlocked that, the last one. It's this one, right? Sleep Berserking Syndrome. At the start of battle, Mercy enters into the sleepwalking state and gains an additional skill, Awakening Command. If Meshti is in the sleepwalking state at the start of her turn, consumes all points of Confecta's Index and gains maximum stacks of a Sleep Aid Kit for 2 turns. For each point of Confecta's Index consumed, cleanses 1 debuff from herself and applies 1 stack of Dreamscape Acceleration to all allied units for 1 round. If Meshti is in the sleepwalking state at the end of her action, for each stack of Sleep Aid Kit held by Meshti, she launches 1 instance of Waking Ricochet against the nearest enemy unit. Recovers HP equal to 10% of Meshti's attack and 1 point of stability to all allied units. I don't have an idea how the flower system works. Auto-equip and level up. Thumbs up. New key has... Oh, that's what I was gonna ask, because it's just the nearest enemy unit, but it doesn't have a range. It doesn't specify a range, so it's just the nearest one, even if the nearest one is like at the other end of the map. That's crazy. This Agnes level of rating? What do you mean? This is just Frontline 1 levels of rating. Here's Frontline 1 after the... What? Second? Third year? When we started getting the insane skills? Back in my day, all the skills were like increased rate of fire by 200%. Yeah, that's how it started. Then by the 3rd or so year, things started getting crazy. So this is pretty standard now. But yeah, basically the sleepwalking state is when she's sleeping. The thing is that it has a lot of effects. So, you know, she is sleeping. While she's sleeping, applies Nightmare Shroud and Dream Guardian to all ally units. Nightmare Shroud reduces the attacker's attack and increases one round on the buff. On the buff holder. Reduces damage taken. And also enters Turbo Mode. Turbo Mode, attack and defense are increased by 30%. And gives 2 points of Confectus Index. What's Dream Guardian? AoE damage dealt by support attacks is increased by 30%. So it's basically she sleeps, but while she's sleeping, she buffs everyone. Awakening Command is just how you wake her up. The sleep aid kit. The stack points are damage dealt is increased by 10%, maximum of 2 stacks. The Confectus Index is the little bar that lets them do the skills. No, Turbo Mode, I'm pretty sure Turbo Mode is another thing. Oh no, yeah. No, she actually is in Turbo Mode while sleeping. Probably because increases her defense. Since, you know, she's sleeping, she can't defend herself. Kills one from herself. And applies one stack of Dreamscape Acceleration. This is also new. Corrosion damage dealt is increased by 5%. So basically she buffs her own corrosion damage. I know it's a global buff. And if you don't wake her up, because you can choose to wake her up. If you don't, the sleep aid kit stacks that we mentioned, for each one of those held, she launches one inside of waking ricochet. Alternately triggers the active skill Dreamquake and the basic attack bedtime warm-up. I think those are used for attack and skills, right? Before the attack, applies Toxin Inundation to all enemy units within range for 1 turn. The range of Dreamquake is increased by 2 tiles, and the damage multiplier of bedtime warm-up is increased to 130%. And Toxin Inundation, it's just increased corrosion damage. So basically, if you keep her sleeping, she still attacks. It's just you can't tell her who to attack. She just attacks the nearest enemy. Recovers HP, recovers 10% of HP. No, recovers HP, well, 10% of mesh attack. Oh no, not only to her, recovers HP equal to 10% of her attack. And also 1 point of stability. Stability is a shield. You can think of it as a shield. It's what allows them to like take cover behind things. Once they have 0 stability, they stop taking cover, even if they're behind things. And that she recovers that to all units. So basically, even when she's sleeping, she buffs. I remember when fairies first came out, it was horrible. Fairies were not that bad. Just get Parachute Fairy. Parachute Fairy, Shield Fairy. What was the other one that everyone uses? The decoy one? I think I only use those 3 ever. The twins! Also, yeah, twins favorites. I guess they will eventually make it more simple, explaining how the similar did to those skills. I mean, those skills have always gotten more difficult with time. The thing is, like, you know, I go and read this without ever reading anything. So you're like, oh, what are all these terms? But it's like, no, a lot of these are like related to her other skills or like to just general gameplay. Oh yeah, I have nothing to install here for her. Damn. Cover in 2025. So you had Elfet from Guilty Gear. Yeah, they had a the first ever Gears Frontline 1 collab was with Guilty Gear and Blast Blue. So we got Elfelt and Noel? I can't remember her name. Okay, I was right. Elfelt and Noel. We got Elfelt and Noel in the game, and Elfelt had an amazing Sanctus Fairy skin. It was so good. But I don't have those fairies. Wait, I have a ping. Let me check. Let me check Discord. Is this anything important? Alright. Funny enough, Guilty Gear, as far as I remember, was not a computer game server collab, but came from another reality. The first characters to do that, as far as I know. Yeah, they came from... They did the whole came from another world kind of thing. Which was pretty much the same as the Honkai collab, I believe. But then they kind of dropped that a bit and just went for like most of the collabs being like server stuff or like dull hallucinations, except for the what was the other game one we got? Lawrence Butterfly? Because that was just like full-on alternate reality. And the Zombieland Saga also was kind of like wacky other dimension stuff. That just never got explained. Yeah, it was very vague about the VR headset at one point, so it's like Was Commander just like playing a game or? Valhalla. Why is everyone naming Valhalla? That's a hallucination one. Dull hallucination. It all happened in Cookie's mind. No, I am talking about Lawrence Butterfly. The one where Beluga shows up. Valhalla was like two realities and connecting to a server, a breach, I think. No, Valhalla was one story. The most wacky one was happening all in Kluge's mind because she got drunk. And the other, they just made it so Venezuela exists in the Ghost Frontline world. And they were there. In Valhalla. They were just in the city. They didn't explain any more of it. The Ghost in the Shell was... That was kind of a server thing also, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, they did take Kluge's... They did take the copies, basically, of, like, that's how we got Jill and all the Valhalla characters. They were basically copies taken from Kluge's mind. Because that entire world was gonna disappear, basically. And they didn't want to let the... like, those people disappear. So basically, they just took them out and put them into doll bodies. Did we figure out where San Carlos was? In our dreams. But yeah, no. Okay, I'll look it up. Gears Frontline. The Arena Breakout collab. Nobody got it right. That is also just kind of like alternate reality. Just never gets explained. Finger told Commander we got into the 1984 server the same way she got to Gears Frontline. Oh yeah, they do imply thingies. They do imply that. Arena Breakout is just alternate reality stuff, just alternate timeline thing, heavily implied by Beluga lines. Because yeah, Beluga was canon Beluga. She heavily implies that she's her. But anyway, let's keep reading. No time to lose. Danger sign 1. When the situation is still unclear, it's best to rein in the scope of your self-defense. We got no time to lose, guys. This is a long-ass event. Okay, the alarms are still going. Once the blaring patrol droids move off, the dolls, hidden in an alleyway, finally let out a sigh of relief. Sopo leans against the wall sulkily.
There's no end to this. It's getting on my nerves. And you guys keep holding me back. I don't get it. Why are we holding back against droids that have gone rogue?
They haven't gone rogue. More likely, we've been flagged as dangerous units.
Huh? No way. We didn't even do anything.
I love how Sopo never, ever follows along with anything. Never change.
Maybe it's a problem with the ID code, but there's no time to check. We need to move to safety fast. So what now? Luckily, Kali set up a temporary safe house beforehand. It was meant for observing the light rail station, but now it'll have to be our shelter.
She's so stupid positive, Ariel. Let the dog have fun. She can't, not yet. Is it far from here?
It's not too close. We'll need to cross the city, and not will run into patrols again. This pursuit is no coincidence. For the sake of future deniability, don't do anything beyond self-defense until we know the cause. Sopo, you hear that?
That was directed. Strictly directed at her. Alright, straight into combat. Brum brum. Coffee! There was a sign there. Springfield mod key when? We're getting a mod key? Man, I love this art. She's so hot. Okay, that was short. Danger signal 2. The attack came from the entirety of the security forces. Okay. Alright. Okay, nice. I love when stages have nothing. I mean, not really, but also yes. I still love how Cloak's bike can just go over anything. It's like, yes, of course, that's how bikes work. Can you get rid of this guy, Lana? Oh, yes, you can. Walls, floors, robots, mechs, small children, just run them down. Real. But yeah, look at her three face. She truly is double 0.3. Bizarre investigation. Excessively convenient timing is enough to expose one's true intentions. These maps look nice. Look at the broken TV there. Alright. Shall we go first? Can I get you two? Yes, I can. And then I can get you 3.
And now I can get you 3. Her bike is so stupid, I love it. The dolls shake off the pursuit and slip into a temporary safe house near the target light rail station. Lena and Sopo keep watch at the doors and windows, while Robella silently observes the patrol deployment around the station. Wrong button. I see. I'll wait for your update. Leva cuts off her call with Kalina and joins Robella. Well, was it the ID code? The code is still valid, but the 4 of us are now marked as dangerous in the government security database. Yippee, criminals! How come? We didn't have this issue in the last satellite series. The official explanation is that yesterday the database was updated with some newly seized illegal automatons. During the update, some error must have occurred. Is it Sabota's mark? No, it's all of them. Newly seized? Just in the past 2 days? Yeah. They said the UR group did a self-audit after the PSA inspection, found some oversights, and voluntarily reported them. Convenient. Isn't that ridiculous? They started to turn over a new leaf now? Impossible. Their timing is way too neat. They definitely tampered with the update. Exactly. Kalin has already requested a correction, but they won't let it go so easily. How can the UNC's cyber defense be this weak? First the chief was impersonated, and now the database is corrupted. Real though. Lena, watching the street, pulls the bolt of her gun back in irritation. Replacing the chief for comms could still be explained by superior electronic warfare, but the security system... Isn't Heli fully in charge of that? Even Dandelion, with full control of Ogas, can only override parts of Heli's permission for a short while. Could someone know Heli better than Dandelion does? If that's the case, I'd almost feel relieved. Did you suspect Heli? Leva shakes her head. I wouldn't go that far, but if this attack did come from inside the URNC, our trouble is only just beginning. But the URS group top man is just an oblast legislator of Odessa. Are they really that capable? Depends on whether Girard is acting alone. Since when have they been infiltrating the URNC? We can only deal slowly. Hopefully it's just my pessimism talking. But since the patrols are on our location, could the target itself already be a trap? That's what worries me. But according to Kalin, our dangerous flag applies oblast-wide. The attacks we faced so far have been irregular. Most likely they don't know our exact goal. They're just swooping for us and impeding our movements. Robella, what do you find on the station patrols? Permanent automaton count is normal. Weapon loadouts too. But there are extra mobile units patrolling the station and nearby streets. Look like they were ordered to search for us. If I remember correctly, patrols are fully networked. If one finds us, the whole city will know instantly, right? Yes, especially since we just clashed with them. It would be impossible to explain ourselves if we got caught now. So we can't fight and we can't hide. Once they finish checking streets and public spaces, they'll probably go building by building. Should we contact Kalina again? Maybe Namha can help. I've already updated her. But if the URC itself is compromised, we should limit comms with her too. Wait, let me just move something here real quick. Just so I can see. There we go. Satellite cities aren't like Odyssea's White Zone. Nova's reach is weaker here. We might already be scrapped by the time aid arrives. Sheesh. The vibration breaks the silence. The dolls instantly stiffen. Sopo steers near the door. It's fine, just mail. Talk about timing. What is it? Just a routine government reminder. A monthly non-fast supplies purchase list. Kalin's been too busy. I've been handling these approvals for half a year. But... Lyra opens the system interface, carefully checks the list, then presses approve. She looks out the window again, her eyes fixed on the street below, a back alley. At midnight, the last shops close. The owner directs the workers in unloading crates of goods for tomorrow. A smile slowly spreads across Leva's face. Oh, she got an idea! She got an idea! My wife is so smart. Before reading this story, we're gonna take a very, very short break. Because it's cold and I drank half a glass of water and coffee. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom. So yeah, hey Raven! You arrived just in time for a little break. I'll be right back. I shouldn't be long. So yeah, BRB.
All right. Sorry that took me longer than expected. I check my phone. I saw people talking about serious Symboli, and I was like, yes! Some cat attack? Not yet. It might happen soon. Hopefully not soonish. They were already asking for food, and I'm like, bro, it's too early. Instantly attention must be paid. Yeah. There was someone going over her career in game. Because they said a long while ago that they will do it when they had time. Because I said I couldn't read it. And apparently they were doing that now. And I was like, yes! Yes! Now you see! Now you understand! I will beat the pet play allegations, even though they're also real, but I will fight them. Anyway. Back to Girls Frontline. So we had a story note, which is also why I wanted to do that before starting this, because it's probably gonna be long. So let's see. Projection conflict. Mere fleeting moments of chaos is enough window to achieve victory. That was a weird translation, but I mean, it made sense, made enough sense. I will fight along your side as comrades. Thank you, PCU.
The iron gate of the warehouse rises slowly. A large truck drives in. The driver is steering with practiced ease before killing the engine. Bam. The cab door slams shut. Deft fingers enter a code sequence on the keypad, and the truck's cargo lock clicks open. The doors slowly parting. The dim warehouse lights carve a clean line across the dark interior. The line widens. Crouched in hiding, ready all along, Lena springs forward. In a few bounding steps, she reaches the cargo doors, stamping the ground hard.
Is that Meshti dressed as the Meshti, as the original maid doll that she was? Also, yeah, she did say A. I forgot to put eye drops though. Fuck. Anyway.
Lena tackles the driver to the ground. The two roar 3 full turns before stopping.
Oh, it is actually Meshti?
Haven't seen you so long, Meshti. I missed you so much.
She rubs her cheek against the other's face with giddy affection. Unless...
Question mark.
The petite driver pats Lena gently in reassurance.
If you keep pinning her down like that, her defense protocols might kick in, you know?
Leva and 2 other dolls slip down from the truck as well.
It's been ages since we returned to 404. Even if she's not the real Meshti, seeing the same frame feels nostalgic.
Saying this, Lena bends down and helps the Meshti she knocked over back up.
So this is the original model for the 11.
Thank you so much for your help. This is terribly undignified of me.
Meshti briskly does off her maid uniform, then whips a compact mirror from her pocket. She carefully adjusts her headpiece, claps her hands before her, and bows with praying formality.
皆さん、長旅お疲れ様でした。社長は隣のビルの研究室で皆様をお待ちしています。
It must have been a long and arduous journey. The boss has already arrived and is waiting for you all in the lab next door.
ここは絶対に安全です。ついてきてくだ
This
さい。
place is perfectly secure. Please follow me.
Oh. Are we actually going to see the air again?
Meshti strides lightly toward the door. Lena stares at the ribbon bobbing on the doll's back in mild confusion. Meshti leads the group to a lab.
社長、皆様をお連れしました。
Boss, I brought them over.
Oh. Yep. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. It's funny, even as a maid doll, she has a sleepy head hair. Honestly, probably the air style it that way. Unes lipos your people, real. Good work, G11. Why do you call them G11?
いえいえ、コーヒーを入れてきますね。
No trouble at all. I'll go make some coffee. Please make yourself at home.
G11 bows again and slips out of the room unobtrusively. I know words. Lena can't stop glancing after her.
デイル、あの G11 の素体はどこから来たの？
Dear, where'd you dig up that frame of G11?
ミシティの唯一性を尊重して小さい頃に作った G11 の素体は
I thought you
全部廃棄
I thought you declared a few years ago that in honor of Meshti's uniqueness, you scrapped all the G11 units you'd built as a kid.
しかもこの子、ミシティと性格が全然
Not to mention, this one's personality is way up from the real deals.
It's a long story. After you learn when and change your names one by one, I gave the matter some thought. It's true. As your neural class grow, you dolls become more independent beings, much like humans. Technically, the neural cloud and the frame are separate, but conceptually, I'm becoming more inclined to consider them a single unified entity. If I kept insisting on separating the two, I'd be behind the times. Disrespectful to you, even. So I scrapped the G11s that I built in my childhood back then.
ふーん、デイルも少しは大人になったのね。じゃあさっきの
Well, look at you. Mature a bit, huh? So the one who just picked us up was...
頑張って作ったからな。壊すのはもったいないから倉庫に保管してたんだ。
Yeah, since I put all that effort in as a kid to build the frame, it felt wasteful to destroy it outright. I stashed it in a warehouse instead.
起動しないんじゃないかと心配してたが、さすが
I was worried it wouldn't boot up, but turns out my craftsmanship was reliable enough even back in the days.
ま、そんなことよりもだ。
Alright, enough of that. You're still not explaining anything, dear!
早かったじゃないか。合流まであと2日はいるかと思ってた。
You moved faster than I thought.
どうやって気づいた？
I thought it would take at least another 2 days for you to link up with me. How'd you find out?
月末に送られてくるはずの経費審査が5日も前倒しになっ
The approval process got rushed forward by 5 days from its usual end of month, and supplier lists had vendors I'd never seen before.
そして偶然その仕入れ先と同じ
On top of that, I spotted a truck unloading nearby with their logo, and the driver looked familiar.
そんなことある？
That's too much coincidence, no?
His liar told him to say less.
こんな無茶苦茶な暗号に気づけるのもお前だけだよ。
Only you will catch such obscure clues.
鉄血を見つけた私と同じくらい反応が早かったよね。
Yeah, Joseph got a sharp nose when it comes to Sangri's Ferry. Leva clocked it right away.
でもどうして私たちの居場所が分かったの？
But dear, how do you know where we were? Kalin couldn't have told you outright in case she was bugged.
トラックは1台だけじゃなかった。
There was more than one truck.
そうだ。ODE22 には
That's right.
のチェーン店の倉庫
My family supermarket chain has a warehouse here in OD22,
不自然じゃない。
so multiple trucks wouldn't look out of place.
でもデールの実家って確か新エネルギー
Wait,
関連
isn't your family in the new energy business?
今はそっちの方が有名だけど、元は
That's the more well-known part of the business now, but we started with supermarkets.
うちの老人たちもなんとかロレンと取り
The old folks want their own in-house products to get some URNC ties.
ずっと
They submitted a bid 6 months ago, but nothing came out of it. Until now, when it suddenly got approved. Thanks to you, Sears got much to brag about for her year-end board report.
Turns out you've got some business acumen, eh? Wouldn't have guessed.
Sear handles most of the work, but I can't just loaf around completely and be a useless trust fund baby, you know?
Fair enough. But if there were multiple trucks, doesn't that mean there could be more G11s?
Hey, Irma! Don't be ridiculous. There's only this one frame. It took me ages to dig it out. The NeuroCloud is just some random civilian doll software slotted in. You're starting to sound and look suspicious, dear.
And the other tracks?
Oh no, I didn't listen to the song. I need to do that later. I rig a few civilian dolls from the supermarket with sleep collars and wigs. Whether you spotted them depended entirely on your intuition.
Asking those to have intuition is a tall order, don't you think? Good thing we got lucky.
Exactly. I happen to be here in OD22 for partnership talks. The old warehouse also happens to be close by. If not, I couldn't have come to your rescue this past, no matter what strings Colin promised to pull for my family business.
Being lucky is also kind of a skill.
By the way, Colin never had time to explain everything to me. What happened? And what do you need me to do? Someone fill me in.
I'll do it. So here's the thing.
There's an energy tycoon, a supermarket chain entrepreneur, an avid doll technician, and a professional crossdresser. So many skills, so many talents. Leva briefs Dear on the events and their current predicament. Tampering with URC security? Impressive.
Right? But I bet you won't lose to them. Will you, dear?
I'd love a chance to... Wait, what are you planning? Dear eyes Leva wearily, taking a step back.
Our biggest obstacle is the alter clearance in the system. From Colin's tone, fixing it officially will take time. So, can you help us hack into the URC security system to give them a hand?
Just casually hack into the URNC security system. Why not? You call that give me a hand? That's a crime! And if they targeted you on purpose, I guarantee your codes are locked down. They won't be easy to restore.
What about creating new IDs for us?
No way! That's even more outrageous. IDs are unique certifications tied to each unit, issued by the URC's backend protocol. You have to hack the backend itself to add, delete, or alter anything. So it's not like spoofing a camera or two or hijacking a patrol droid.
Exactly. Which is why we need you. There's not stuff we can handle.
Even if it's technically possible, the trace risk is huge. Even I couldn't possibly cover all my tracks. My family finally managed to secure a business deal with the URC government. If I go too far, CR and my folks will hand me over themselves, saving the PSA the trouble.
Then it's tricky. If we just go charging in, we'll be arrested. When they question us about our movements, you'll be implicated too, dear.
Hey, friend, help me do a crime. I love her laugh. You for dolls, honestly. One sleeps, one plays dumb, one threatens violence, and now you want to throw me in jail.
Then think harder. The only one who can save yourself from jail is you.
無理言いやがる。
What do you expect me to do? Beer slumps into a chair. Leva falls silent, clearly running simulations for alternatives.
ロッカーの中身が欲しいだけなら民生用人形に行かせても。
If it's just the content of the locker that you need, I could send a civilian doll. Same result, right?
でもその手がかりは確実ではないわ。
While it isn't very likely, there's still a chance that this lead is a trap. It's risky for a civilian doll to handle this on her own. You'll be exposed if she's caught.
レールさん、さっき
Dear, you said you can tamper with cameras and control patrol droids.
見ましたよね。
まあ短時間だな。いや
Yes, but only very briefly. Maybe 20 seconds before correction. Maybe less. What can you do in 20 seconds?
十分です。
Plenty.
あ
駅の配置も見ました。駅員
I've studied the station's defenses.
ほぼ
There's only 1 or 2 human staff. The patrol droids handle security,
機械を暴走させ
so
れば
all we need is chaos among the droids.
1台2台操ったところで焼け石に水だろう。
Controlling a couple of droids won't achieve much though, especially not within such a short time. Besides, what would I even make them do? Kick away a trash can?
すわけないよな。
It's a light rail station we're talking about. I can't have them shoot.
治安ロボットに私たちを見つけさせればいい。
But if they think they've spotted us, that's different.
さすがロベラ。
Ah, that's clever, Rebella. I get it.
はどういうことだ
I don't.
わかんない。リバネオ
Me neither. Leva, stop being cryptic.
検察側は人数が足りないから私たちの
With Sophie personnel, they'll have to rely heavily on the cameras to track us.
レールなら私たちが映らない
It's not realistic to expect TR to manipulate the station's surveillance system and patrol droids based on our real-time movements.
どこかで限界が来る。
But if he tweaks the mapping between what the cameras see and the droid's ID system,
別行動を私
the station will suddenly be full of us.
映り込む。
Ah.
そしたら一気に大混乱よ。
Conflicting alarms everywhere. Chaos ensues.
その混乱がチャンスとなります。
And in chaos, we find our chance.
まあ確かにいい方法だが、俺だけだとちょっと
That could work, but my processing speed is limited.
作れないかもしれない。
I might not create enough confusion.
私がいるでしょ。
That's why you have me.
リバがサポートしてくれるなら、
With Leva's help,
まあいいけど。
yeah, maybe.
私が残った方がいいでしょ。
Or maybe I should stay.
システムとオーガス
As Dandelion said, the URC security system ties closely to Ogas. I know the Ogas protocols better.
そうだけど、今回の作戦で予想される敵の数は多いわ。私がいると足手まといよ。
True, but this mission needs real-time command across multiple units. My combat capacity is lower. It bottleneck coordination.
総合的に見て、やっぱり私が残るべき。
All things considered, I should stay behind.
プロトコルのことを知らない
I might be less familiar with the Ogas protocol than you,
は伊達じゃないから
but my electronic warfare skills haven't gone rusty after all these years.
Rovella thinks it through. When she arrives at the same conclusion as Leva, she nods.
異論はないよね。
Alright,
作戦結構は
then action is set for rush hour tomorrow morning.
人混みに紛れた方が
More people means more cover, and even if we're spotted, it'll be easier to escape.
問題なさそう。
Everyone good? Sopo?
Leva glances at Sopo, who is scrutinizing a food processing machine diagram on the screen.
大丈夫。暴れるの得意だ。
No problem. Making trouble's my specialty.
私も OK。リバネーの
That sounds good to me too. Whatever you say, Liba.
作戦自体は問題ありませんが、
I have no objections either,
要素が一つ
but there's still one wildcard we haven't factored in.
ジラードグループの違法機械のこ
You mean yours illegal arm automatons?
と。はい。数も武装も予測不可能。
Yes, we can't predict their numbers or weapons.
するのも困
If they appear, hacking alone won't stop them.
じゃあ全部パンパンってやっつけちゃえばいい。
Then bang bang bang, we take them all out.
一般人を巻き込んでどうするの？
If you open fire, you'll hit civilians. Rush hour means a much higher risk.
でもラッシュ時が一番セーフ
But
高いし、
rush hours are best chance.
だと
Any other time,
5%は下がるんだよ。
the chance of success drops by at least 45%.
成功率にだけこだわってもダメなんです。
Success isn't everything.
そうね。ロベラの心配も。
Rovala's right.
Leva cuts off Lana.
任務の成功も大事だけど。
Rovala's point is, while we should prioritize the success of the mission, if we cause another public disaster on the scale of the incident in OD Easier 1, the UR group will exploit it again to tie up Nalfa. Right?
Rovella doesn't deny it, but says nothing. Leva ignores the silence and pats Lana on the shoulder.
さっきデールも言ったように、主席が
Unlike Dear said, if the chief uses stash something in a locker, and UR doesn't even know about it, we might not need Confire to succeed.
そういうことなんだね。ごめんロベラ。
Ah, that's what Rovala meant. I misunderstood. Sorry.
いいえ。
It's fine.
じゃあこれから作戦会議にしましょう。
Then let's work on refining the operation plan.
今までの話を踏まえると、
Based on our previous discussion,
呼び合うの
we
が必要ね。
might need some backup contingencies.
Hey yo. DR bowling since 2064, real. DR's going through it. He absolutely is. Let me just quickly check Discord. I'm waiting on something. Alright. Let's see what's next. Invisible tactics. Hidden by a skillful cover, you can approach your goal as though you were invisible.
The library station alarm blares during the morning rush hour. Lena whips quickly through the chaotic crowd, while Leva's dispatch orders keep coming through the level 2 comms link.
Leva, I see a patrol squad up ahead. Estimated encounter in 1 minute. Keep your course. You and I will deal with them. Sobo, the patrol droids on your right are under our control. Move now. 6 illegal armed droids are closing in from both the southeast and southwest station entrances. Prioritize them. Don't let them enter.
Lena takes a deep breath and charges straight toward the patrol squad ahead. Just as their cameras are about to capture her, the patrol automatons suddenly blare alarms and rush at a civilian doll 3 meters away, surrounding her.
Alarm cleared. Leva, I'm almost at the target location. Nearby surveillance is still under our control. Dia and I will keep the patrol droids busy. Watch yourself.
I think you also like the original solo song made by Face Connect Sheena. I might check it out. She does a thing!
Confirming battle readiness. And done. Leva, how are things on your side? We got a big guy here. This might take a while.
Uruka did a violin cover. Peak.
Just hang on. We'll be there soon.
Now make her do the silly chibi dance. You're so right. Robella is so pretty. Real. Real and true.
ないわ。
Oh yeah.
交代するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。
Oh yeah. It's that easy.
交代するなら今のうちよ。沈黙。どうってことないわ。
With Leva's cover, Lena closes in on the target locker.
Here it is, Leva.
監視映像が数秒後に元に戻るわ。
Good. We'll lose the nearby surveillance cameras in 10 seconds. That's plenty of time.
この後もし
Lena, if...
大丈夫だよ。リバネを信じてるから。
Don't worry, Leva. I believe in you.
Lena keys in the code quickly.
確認。
4773. Confirm.
With a crisp click, the locker door pops open. Piles of Sardis gold are stacked neatly inside.
うわ、お金がいっぱい。
So much money.
Before Lena can examine it, patrol automatons that have already regained control surround her in a circle. Lena raises her gun at them, but after seeing the numbers, she obediently lowers her weapon to the ground and lifts her hands. The circle tightens. One of the station's PSA officers turns toward her, while the other stays back and directs the automatons to block passengers from boarding via radio. Lena glances at the surveillance camera, then turns toward the approaching officer. But her eyes drift past him, resting instead on the departing train and the mesh tee. On board?
I think it said.
私は強かった？ううん。
I think that's what it said.
采配のおかげよ。
Sorry that I'm going quiet. I'm just checking stuff. All right, time to read more. We're making good progress. We'll probably be able to finish tomorrow, if not today. Hidden clues. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Okay, never mind, let me... Sorry, I'm doing like multiple things on Discord. Progress is being made. Someone said, remember your ABC, anyone but Clunky. Organizing the revolution on Discord. I will never. I will never do such a thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Clunky was big name. I mean, she has the same name now, it's just with a K instead of a C.
Alright. Let's go. Rurik's fist slaps the desk with a dull thud. Cocoon remains unmoved by his side, watching demurely. What do you mean there's only Sardis gold? Impossible. Whoa, okay, that is a shape, that is a figure. That is a woman.
The PSA officers have searched the locker and the surrounding area thoroughly. Then check the surveillance footage. The locker does contain only Sardis gold.
And the dolls?
The only one caught is the T-doll named Lena. She's already en route back to Odessa. The other 3 are currently missing.
Missing? That means they escaped, doesn't it? Useless trash, all of you.
Please, sir, calm yourself. Though the contract of the illegal transaction is gone, I prepared witnesses as you requested. That counselor lady must still cooperate with the investigation. Her dolls, too, are now listed as suspects of illegal trade by the Odessa Oblast government and are high priority targets.
I risk everything to make Kelly alter the database, not just to trap them for 10 days or so.
It is a pity Nonfa couldn't be completely pushed out this time. I questioned the informant at the station. He swears both the Sardis gold and the contract were in the locker this morning. But they're seasoned tactical dolls, after all. It isn't entirely impossible for them to calculate the worst-case scenario on the spot and figure out a way to take the contract.
Excuses. And what about you? You couldn't even stop them from hacking the station security system?
Forgive me. I did strengthen the system's self-correction efficiency, but I didn't expect them to abandon the attempt at full control and instead exploit flaws in the security design to evade capture. And since Ellie had already altered the IDs in the database, I allocated more processing power to remotely commanding the illegal arm automatons.
Imbecile.
I understand your anger, but you have already destroyed the chief's message. Even if they keep pursuing the matter, nothing will come of it. I will use this time to eliminate any leftover risks.
Fine. As for those witnesses, once they've done their job, you know what to do. Okay.
With Cocoon's soothing words, Rurik's expression eases slightly.
I oppose scrubbing you under sect FABN from the start. That conglomerate is as cheap as its name. Vulgar upstarts who think money can buy them anything.
With Girard's wealth, of course you don't need their funds. But it allowed sect FABN into the subcore tier because of their cooperation with Paradeus. After all, none of the core families want their own hands dirtied too much.
It? Core families? Interesting. Even so, they don't deserve 2 third-gen dolls.
Indeed. After Sextans was executed through failing her mission, Girard officially only holds Starter.
Officially? If we're speaking officially, even Dartur isn't yours anymore. But what does officially even matter?
Quite right. You alone hold the core technology for third-gen dolls. Without Girard, the horoscope program could never advance. Rurik soaks in Cocoon's flattery, though his face stays dark.
Those 2 useless nitwits. One rashly struck at that brat the Claude family, bungling an assassination and leaving none for leverage. The other failed interception after interception. All this time, that Paradeus test subject is still in the bounty hunter's hands.
You need not worry. Padeo's handover and the recovery of the subject are now fully managed by SEX FABN. It will erase every trace of yours involvement. You only need to focus on your campaign, then lead yours infiltration of Odessa while refining the Sturgeon dolls.
Only? It tells me to improve the performance of Sturgeon dolls while strictly capping production. Now your order here just as emergency support. If Yard had even one capable combat doll, Nova wouldn't have a score at the station.
Apologies for the disappointment, sir.
Enough. Are the calibrations on Dart Tour still not complete?
Her narrow cloud was damaged during combat against the Elmo crew in the Yellow Zone. The calibrations will take some time. Still, in this critical campaign period, perhaps it's best for the dolls to lie low.
When you return, tell Sect FAPN their sponsorship dues are up next quarter. If not, there's no guarantee they'll get to keep you or Blue Sphere. Hey yo, Blue Sphere mention?
I'll remind the representative promptly.
Okay. Billiard balls! I hate this guy ties. Yeah, he has a horrible tie. Give me 1 second. Sorry, there's a thing going on in Discord that I kind of want to participate in, but it just happens to be at the same time as this, so I'm just probably going to be jumping here and there. I'll try not to take too long.
Alright. The revolution waits for no one. Yes, let's just assume that's what I'm doing. Sounds cooler. Blues for dumb and useless but cute. True. The dolls return to Dior's company. Sopo, heavily damaged. Heavily damaged is sent for repairs. Oh, damn, okay. Leva closes her inbox with a sigh.
What a headache. Even though we extracted the contract in time, they had witnesses ready. Non-values issued a notice. Now, Lena and the three of us are listed as dolls suspected of illegal trade.
Oh, nice.
The Odessa Oblast government lacks proof to go directly after Kalina, but as her superior, she has been called to cooperate with the investigation. Thinking back, maybe Rorik intentionally let us copy the laptop hard drive at the villa. He looks hot-tempered, but he's calculating. I underestimated him. Poor Lena and Kalina. They barely shook off the forged ID accusation, and now they've been dragged into this. Isn't this one of your contingency plans? My, don't say such cold things with Meshti's face. Robala, surely you can understand the urgency of that moment. If the Odessa Oblast government had gotten their hands on the contract, Nova's senior counselor would be nailed for illegal trading. Not only will chasing Gerard be impossible, Nova's influence in Odessa will plummet.
Oh, it's... Oh, okay, that's why it's Rovella. Why is... Okay. Why is Rovella using the mesh frame?
So the instant you saw Kalina's name on the contract, you activated the contingency and sacrificed Lena? I thought no matter who you give up, you will never endanger her.
Damn, she did not like that comment!
Leva freezes for a second, then smiles again.
Oh, so she was the G11 that they mentioned Lena saying like walk away.
Originally, I was hoping you could just slip out quietly with the contract in G11's frame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept hacking the cameras and patrol droids. But even if you had found the weighted alarm, you still had no choice but to take the contract, right? So I could only draw all of security's attention to Lena and let you escape with it.
Ro, calm down.
Leva, have you reached a point where you'll sacrifice anyone for the mission? You said it was for protecting 404, but now you cast Lena out so easily. Why? Before, even if it meant a firefight in the station, you'd always protect your teammates first. Opening fire at rush hour will hurt more civilians. I thought we agreed on that. We managed to avoid causing heavy casualties this time, only because the droids were restricted from using lethal force, and Sopo succeeded in intercepting the illegal armed droids. That was exactly what you feared yesterday, wasn't it? I know it was the logical choice, but... If you know, then stop agonizing over it. We can't just let Kalina be arrested, Nova be ousted, and Rory become the interim chief uncontested. Livas is still wearing a smile, but it seems a little strained. She gets her narrow cloud to calm down a little. Still, I'm sure Lena will be glad to know that you're so worried about her.
友達の無事が何よりも大事です。
I just want my friends to be safe.
安心して。契約書と局長の手腕さえあれば。
Relax.
レナもカリンも
You got the contract out.
大丈夫よ。
With Kruger's skills, Lena, Kalina, and Nonfa will be fine.
本当ですか。
Really.
じゃなければ管理局の内部通告なんかじゃ。
Otherwise, this commotion we caused wouldn't be confined to an internal Nonfa notice. Instead, it would have been the headline in tonight's Odessa news.
レナには申し訳ないけど、ちゃんと考えた結果よ。
Even if Lena has to suffer this time, I weigh the pros and cons. After all, rational judgment is every adult's advantage.
Rebella ignores Liva's pointed words and changes the subject.
なんとかジラードの罠をかわせても手がかり
While we did manage to dodge Girard's trap, the lead is gone.
が何かを残したと
Whatever the chief left is destroyed now.
消されているでしょう。これだけのリスクを冒して
We risked so much
なしだの
and got nothing.
そうとは思わないわ。
Not necessarily.
それもロベラのおかげでね。
All thanks to your effort, Rebella.
Liva hands her device to G11.
これは私が撮ったロッカーの
This is the photo I took of the locker?
ビンゴ。あなたが几帳面に撮った
Bingo.
ロッカー内部の写真。
Lucky you snapped it.
調べてみたの。
I just processed the image.
何か気になることでも。
What's so special about it?
G11 stares at the zoom image. The inside of the old locker is rusty, smudgy, and littered with scraps of cheap ads from small vendors.
人間が好きなロベラなら知ってるわよね。東大元くん
Since you're more interested in humans than me, you must know the saying. The most dangerous place is the safest.
まさかここ
You
に
can't possibly mean... here?
中に貼られた広告を見たけど
I checked the ads.
リンクが貼ってあったわ。
One of the URLs linked to somewhere pretty interesting.
Liva opens a webpage.
土地売買契約
Landed?
厳密には草案だけどね。
Drafted, to be
契
exact.
約者が書かれてない。
No signatories.
場所は ODE
But the plot location is written right there. ODE04.
見に行くんですか？
Do you want to check it out?
ええ。広告の中に
Yes.
売買契約
A drafted hidden among ads is suspicious, don't you think?
It is. That there is some deep web levels of hiding in plain sight, real.
ロッカーが安全じゃないのは
We already questioned the locker security.
それを逆手に取った
Maybe the chief used this as a backup channel to raise the odds of success.
どうせしばらくオデッサには戻れないし
Since we can't return to Odessa anytime soon, and Kalina can't issue any commands or send us any information,
辿った方がいい
we may as well chase this lead instead of idling.
私の演算結果だと確率は低いです
According to my calculations, the probability of this leading to anything is low.
いきなり人形らしいこと言うじゃない
Oh? So now you're crunching probabilities like any other doll?
状況に合わせて方法を
I never said I don't run calculations. I just choose different strategies.
じゃあどうする
Then what's your choice this time, Rebella?
行きます
We shall go.
AR 招待がここまで来れた確率なんて
You
よ
know,
りずっと低く
the odds of the AR team making it to this very day were even smaller.
テールがソップのメンテナンスが終わって
A little laugh.
設備が空いたってこれ元の
Dear just message. Service repairs are
そ
done.
れとも
You can swap back to your own frame now.
気に入っちゃった
Or have you grown attached to the G11 frame?
G11 shoots Liva a sidelong glance, then heads for the repair room. She hesitates, but before walking through the door, she remarks earnestly.
ダイナーゲートの方がマシです
The diner gate was better. She just said that. Damn. The diner gate was better, man. Thank you for the eye raid. It's exactly what I'm doing. Meshti catching strays, real.
Alright. Banana will come back eventually. Waiting for Banana to come back. She just misses the time she literally shared the same brain cell with Sopo. Oh yeah, I forgot she shared the processing power with her. That was so funny. Alright, let's go. Wait, how? What? You can't just shoot me with that title! DeFi 1. Hold on a second. That just took me out. DeFi 1. The precondition for the exchange of intelligence is mutual trust. Chottomate. The sudden DeFi flashbang, and it was in all caps also, you know, so... Hey yo, this looks familiar. Once Robella has switched back to her own frame and gone through a series of calibrations, Liva's group heads for the address marked on the land deed. Liva orders Sopo to scout ahead, while she and Robella wait a short distance away. You remember that mansion? No wonder there's no marker on the map. It appears to be just an old villa out in the suburbs. After all this running around, a find like this really kills the mood. Mansion, we do have mansion PTSD. It's real. With Deer's help, we haven't encountered too many attacks along the way. It really wasn't so bad. You're so strict. Don't tell me you also measure performance by kill count, like Luke? I'm only being realistic. Of course you are. The mapping for the alter IDs doesn't need to be too precise this time. As long as traces of the three of us pop up across Odessa, that's enough to keep the PSA busy. With Deer's tech, it's probably running on auto by now. It should be. He just helped pinpoint a newly set up encrypted server. Now, all three of us are connected. Hopefully the security level's a bit higher. I don't want to be fighting while worrying someone might hack our home base. Do you think their electronic warfare ability surpasses yours? Hard to say, but Kalin's comms line with the chief is strictly encrypted, and I really couldn't detect any tampering on the chief's end. Besides, according to what Lena said earlier, the enemy also got hold of the comms code agreed upon between Kalin and the commander. As much as I hate to admit it, their electronic warfare ability is definitely not below mine. Breaking even will already be lucky. If they lay traps and slipping in through the cracks, it'll be even harder to handle. Yeah, it's impossible to guard against everything. Robella, you're a modified 3rd-gen doll. From your perspective, if the opponent's electronic warfare ability matches mine, and 75% of my performance is consumed by... Whoa! Let me read this again. Yeah, they're spoofing their security system. Liva casually roasting Kluge, of course. Robella, you're a modified 3rd-gen doll. From your perspective, if the opponent's electronic warfare ability matches mine, and 75% of my performance is consumed by electronic warfare models, how much processing power do I have left for combat? Even for an enhanced 3rd-gen doll, trying to win in a physical fight through electronic warfare at the same time is still extremely difficult. If you need guaranteed victory in electronic warfare, the best option is to stay in the rear, far from the battlefield. When Sopo and I run missions together, I use tactics the same way. Sopo takes point, I support with electronic warfare.
相手も同じ戦術を取ってくるでしょう。
But the opponent will definitely use the same tactics.
まあそうよね。
That's really troublesome.
Why do all monsters in the series look the same? To give us PTSD. Sopa comes running quickly from not far away.
塀の外を一周してきたけど、
I just circled the yard and didn't find anything.
この様子だと
Judging by the villa's condition, it's been uninhabited for a very long time.
なんかひびが入っ
The second floor windows are cracked.
食べ物とかガソリンの
As for smells, there are no traces of food or gasoline either.
茂みが邪魔だから
But the bushes around this place are too thick.
入らないと。
To be sure, we'll need to go inside the yard.
そうじゃあ行きましょう。
In that case, let's go take a look together.
ひひそう言うと思って
Mhm.
鍵を
The front gate's on the other side. I already took the lock off while I was at it.
Thank you, you're so efficient, Sopo.
どうしたのロベラ顔が変だよ。
Like Hollywood always filming in the same Canadian forest. Yeah, basically.
Rabella, what's wrong? You've got a strange look on your face.
庭に敵がいたら
If there's an ambush inside, you already alerted them.
だってあの鍵古かったし
The lock was too old.
落ちちゃったんだもん。
It fell off with just a little touch.
まあまあ塀をよじ登らずに済んでよ。
Forget it. Save us from climbing the wall.
すれば問題ないわ。
Let's just stay sharp and move in.
Leva's group circles around to the main entrance. But just as they reach the corner, Sopo suddenly raises her hand. Leva and Rabella instantly dart aside, pressing against the thick shrubs. The dust-covered leaves tremble lightly but make no sound.
待って様子がおかしい。
Wait, something's off.
敵
Enemies?
ゲートが開いてる。
The gate is open.
さっきは鍵を壊しただけ。
I only took the lock off and left.
だし
The hinges are rusted.
開かないはず。
It wouldn't swing open just from the wind.
Sopo's more insightful than most humans. She is very good at the whole tracking and hunting. So, you know, she easily picks up on these kind of things. Everything else, she's cute. Levi scans the surroundings carefully, then signals Sopo to switch to level 2 comms.
反対側から回り込んで
Sopo, circle around the other side. Keep your steps light.
合図したら同時に突入して。
On my command, we'll reach from both flanks.
Bloodhound in many ways, real. After a moment, Sopo peers out from the bushes on the other side of the yard.
ゲート付近に足跡があった。
This side's closer to the gate. And sure enough, there's a line of footprints. I also found some fresh rust flakes right by the gate.
ここまでの
Forgot to take off the filter, hehe.
この短時間
Since the path we took wasn't long, and they're still going silently, they must be very cautious.
でも
A burglar? Who would bother with such a remote old villa?
罠
A trap?
わからない。でも入らないと始まらない。
Not sure. But if we don't go in, the lead ends here. We'll decide after we meet them.
ストップロベラ3秒数えるわ。
Get ready. We're going in 3 seconds.
3、2、
3, 2.
Leva counts down to their level 2 comms link. The dolls tighten their grips on their weapons.
1。
Sopo bursts in first. Gunfire explodes in the yard.
やっぱり待ち伏せだ。
It really is an ambush.
Sopo dodges nimbly. Robella and Levi immediately fire toward the sound. A black shadow flashes toward the back of the 2-story villa. Bullets trace its steps, gouging a line in the ground.
ストップ北東15度距離44。
Sopo, northeast 15 degrees, straight line 44 meters. Watch this!
Sopo steadies herself and charges fast. Fighting noises echo from behind the villa. Something like a flower trellis crashes to the ground.
Damn, you're pretty strong. Rovella, go help her. I'll sweep the area. Be right there.
Rovella quickly dashes around the villa. Bullets spray into the sky. Silence falls.
Weapon confiscated. Target subdued. Leva, what's your status? There should be no other combat units in the area. Looks like it's just one. So we caught a petty thief? Well, come take a look and you'll see. Why so mysterious?
Footsteps approach, and Leva reaches the backyard. What? 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 What?
Wait, taking a screenshot, saving a screenshot. Well, I don't know what's what? I am absolutely losing my mind. Thank you for the photo, Possivier. DeFi ambush in a mansion reminds me of something. What? So glad you did not get spoiled. I mean, it's one of those things. I think I remember seeing that she appeared. I remember I got mad about it, and I ranted a little bit about like people not being able to fucking hide their spoilers on Twitter. But it was just the sprite. And at this point, I had already sort of forgotten. I probably thought she appeared in Corposant. So now I'm like, what? It's cinema. You mean her character sprite only? Yeah, I saw like the character sprite. So I hadn't seen the CG. ADHD lets me forget about spoilers for a while. Yeah. I mean, same, but not really. But, you know, I forgot enough that I forgot the fact that it was Deep Oblivion. And not Corposant. So, genuine surprise! Holy fuck. But yeah, I remember it was because people were leaking the sprites of like Raw, Sopo, and Alba is her name now, I think. I don't remember. We'll see. But I knew. I was like, oh great, now I know that she will show up in Deep Oblivion, you know. But as I said, eventually I kind of forgot that it was in Deep Oblivion. I probably pushed it to Corposant since I know AK-15 shows up there since, again, people are bad at keeping spoilers. I mean, actually, I don't remember either. But I think she does. I mean, I know she becomes playable by then, at least. People love spoilers. People love posting spoilers to Twitter without spoiling them, which I hate. But anyway, do you speak? Absolute cinema. And the music. Ugh.
In the shadows, a disarmed woman stands facing the wall with her arms raised and her back to the three dolls. Leva's eyes narrow as she recognizes her.
久しぶりって言いたいけど、このタイミングでこの場所。出発前、あなたの話なんて一切聞いてないわよ。
Sorry, this scene is so good. I feel like I need to let them talk so we can get all the feel. Yeah, classic Mika. I think that, I think they probably assume that, oh, people keep up with CN anyway, so might as well. And they don't think about the few people like me that like to remain blind.
I'd say a long time no see. But for you to be at this place at this time, I didn't receive any intel about you being here before we set out.
保安局の命令ですか？
Did the state send you?
今は個人で活動している。反逆小隊も保安局とはもう関係ない。
Let's add that to the feedback for the survey. Oh yeah, you're right. We could do that. I mean, we're gonna be synced up pretty soon anyway. But yeah.
I act on my own behalf. I, and Task Force DeFi, have no ties to StateSec anymore.
Leva tilts her head slightly. Her eyes lock on the woman against the wall. Her gun is still raised.
じゃあ何しにここに来たか説明してくれる？
Then can you please briefly explain your purpose here?
アンジェリア率いる反逆小隊の
AN-94 of Angelia's Task Force DeFi.
Instead of answering Leva, AN-94 slowly turns around. Wait, let me save this also. I save every screenshot because I said I use them for thumbnails later, so I don't have to go into the drive and get accidentally spoiled. So I just save them myself as I go through the story. She looks very pretty with the ponytail, yeah. Instead of answering Leva, AN-94 slowly turns around.
そっちが先に答えて。
You tell me first. What are you doing here?
情報交換は前提は信頼。そして今質問しているのは私。
Information exchange requires mutual trust. This is a one-sided interrogation.
アンジェリア、あなたたちの指揮官はもういない。
Why you had to say that?
Your former commander Angelia isn't here, and won't ever be.
私の知る限りでは反逆小隊はもう存在しない。でもあなたはそう名乗って単独行動をしている。他のメンバーは
And as far as I know, Task Force DeFi no longer exists. Since you still identify yourself as a member of DeFi, why are you acting alone on your own behalf? Where are the other dolls?
それに事前情報もなくこの偏僻な別荘で出くわした。偶然なわけないわよね。
MSCs can be viewed freely in game. Yeah, but I will forget where.
Besides, our intel sources were not notified about this beforehand. And yet, you just so happened to appear at this remote villa at the moment we show up. I don't believe this was a coincidence.
何か特別な任務にでも当たっているんですか？
I-94, are you on some special mission?
こちらも余裕のない状況なんです。もし事情があるのなら説明してくれませんか？
Our situation is already unusual, and you showed up completely out of the blue. If there's something we should know, tell us.
そうロベラの言う通り
That's right. Robella's got a point.
もうずいぶん時間が経っちゃったしあと1分以内に答えてくれると嬉しいけどな
And also, we've already wasted plenty of time. Could you kindly give me an answer within 1 minute?
わかるでしょ反逆正体のこと
You already know everything about DeFi.
2065年頃のことなら多少はね
If you mean what happened around 2065, I'm more or less aware.
でもその間に何が起こったかまでは何も
But what happened in the 10 years after that, I have no idea.
私が気になるのは保安局じゃなければあなたはどこから情報を
What I care about now is this. If you didn't get your intel from StateSec, then from where?
Seeing Leva so cautious and Rovella somewhat lost and flustered, AN-94 glances at the gun aimed at her, then sighs in resignation.
そちらのスパイが潜り込んで情報が漏れてると考えて
Damn! She looks so good.
If you are worried about intel leaks or a mole, you can relax.
保安局を抜けてからずっと在職時に
Since leaving the StateSec,
使っていた
I've been using backdoors.
それで保安
Ones that I planted while I still work for them. Through them, I monitor some of StateSec communications.
おかしな信号
Just a few days ago, I caught a suspicious signal.
おかしな信号
A suspicious signal? Yes,
信号は微弱で
the signal was faint, and the content scrambled. Indecipherable.
新しい暗号化方式
A brand new form of encryption.
わからない
I'm not sure,
これが私の探
but it might be exactly what I've been searching for. By backtracing the signal,
発信源
I confirm its origin. Right here.
何を探している
What are you looking for?
のまだ教えられない
At this stage, I can't tell you.
そうリバー私が言えるのはそれだけ
That's all I can say. What you do with me afterward is up to you.
AN-94 turns her gaze back to the wall and quietly closes her eyes.
残念ね
Pity.
AN-94 が何を隠しているのかわからないけどただでさえ情報不足
I don't know what AN-94 is
これ以
hiding,
上のリスクは冒せ
but
ない
our mission is filled with enough intrigue. When every step feels like walking thin ice, we can't afford even the smallest new risk.
Leva shrugs and walks toward AN-94.
リバー
Leva gestures for Rovella to be quiet with a wink. Rovella looks hesitant, but after meeting Sopa's eyes, they both tighten their grips on their weapons. In the night, the black gun barrels gleam coldly.
だから
Leva takes hold of AN-94's raised right hand.
手を組まない AN-94 も来てるってことはやっぱり何かあるわ
Let's work together.
ちょうど今手が足りないし
Since your lead also points to this villa, it clearly isn't just some old house. Our team happens to be short a member for now. How about you fill in temporarily?
疑わないの
You don't suspect me?
疑ってるわでも2065年
I do,
反逆正体
But based on what DeFi did before 2065,
あなたのこと
I still have some trust in you as one of them.
今日という世界があるのもまあ
Even though there are still plenty of problems in the world today,
あなたたちには感謝しますね
we still owe you our thanks for how things played out the way they did.
あなたの言うことが本当なら私たちは
And based on what you've described,
どう
I have reason to believe that we are enemies. What do you think, AN-94?
わかったあら即答してくれるんだ
You agreed so readily.
無駄な消耗は避けたい私の任務も
I don't want to waste time and resources on meaningless fights.
ではない
My mission has nothing to do with yours, so we're not enemies.
ここを探索するという目的は一致している
Since we're both here to explore,
だったら
I don't mind working with
手を
you.
組んだ方がいいよかったかつての戦友と戦わ
That's great. I wouldn't want to fight an old comrade either if I could help it.
それじゃ ちゃんと挨拶しましょう。
Then we can finally exchange some proper greetings.
久しぶり AN94。
Long time no see, A94.
久しぶりリヴァロベラ。
Long time no see,
それから
Liva, Robella, and... A94 looks at Sopo questioningly.
それ
Oh, sorry.
もう AN94 と呼ばないで。今の私はアルバ。
That was great. She said, please don't address me as A94 anymore. Now I go by Alba. Pick. Cinema!
With some light rustling, Sopo, gripping the cable, slides quickly downward and lands lightly.
A safe touchdown. Let me take a look.
Sopo switches on night vision and carefully scans her surroundings. After making sure it's safe, she connects into the level 2 comms link.
Robella, Liva, Alba, it's clear down here. You can come down.
Soon, the three dolls descend one after another along the elevator cable. With the help of night vision, they can roughly make out the fact that they're at the end of a passageway. The passage is about 2 meters wide, winding through the underground, its destination impossible to determine.
壁沿いに移動。命令があるまで撃たないで。
Take up defensive formation. Keep close to the walls and don't fire unless necessary.
At Liva's command, the team moves out.
まさか別荘の地下に
Didn't think there'd be such a huge space underneath this villa.
ソップが痕跡をたどって
Good thing Sopo followed the scrape marks and found the hidden elevator behind the fridge.
Damn, she's good.
Tricks like that can't stop me. Oh, right. While you were coming down, I did a little check and found that the elevator still has power. It can't move only because of access restrictions.
ここのセキュリティシステムは手強い
The system here is pretty secure.
全部掌握する
Taking full control is almost impossible.
リヴァ
Liva, I'll prioritize disabling the cameras we can't avoid.
ええ頼んだわ
Yes, please.
The dolls continue forward, all the while carefully evading surveillance.
This passage is pretty long.
出口が近づいてる
Up ahead. We're close to the exit. Sound like droids. Everyone stay sharp.
After a fully armed patrol of automatons passes, the dolls step out of hiding and find the passage joining a much wider, taller tunnel.
この通路
Huh.
中型トラックくらいなら入れそうですね
This tunnel is big enough for mid-sized trucks.
輸送用通路に見える
Look like a transport route.
一定間隔で
See?
ゲートがあるし
Every so often there's a security gate.
私たちが通った
It's connected to plenty of side passages,
分かり
like the one we just came from.
つながっているええしかも地面は大重仕様
The flooring here is reinforced for load bearing,
想定してるわね
likely designed for some real big guys to pass.
人間用
The narrow side passages are meant for human use. For human use.
一気に広くなったのを見るに
If the road widens suddenly,
大きな出入り
then there must also be larger entrances somewhere. There must also be larger entrances somewhere. We're at least 100 meters on the ground, aren't we? Oh wow. The whole road looks like it hasn't been used in ages,
だから怪しいの
which only makes it more suspicious.
いないのに巡回ロボット
Clearly it hasn't been used in years,
セキュリティシ
yet they still post patrol droids and keep the security system running. Just what is this place?
情報が少ないまだ調べる
We don't have enough information yet. We need to push deeper.
ロベラは私と途中の監視
Robella, you and I will focus on hacking the surveillance along the way, and engage patrol droids with electronic warfare if necessary. Sopo, Alba, you two cover us and keep an eye out for threats.
敵の数は不明
We don't know how many enemies we're up against, and Robella and I can't fully control the system.
慎重に
We must avoid open combat. Don't trip the alarms.
Damn, that was peak. Okay, just give me a minute also as I go back to check on Discord, the Discord thing that I'm doing. I am so sorry.
All right. I know it hasn't been that long, I think. But I'll probably take another little break after we finish with this scene. Because I already went through another glass of water and it's cold. So you guys know what that means. Also, I'm getting hungry, so I'm probably gonna grab a snacky so I don't die. And then we can read some more. I'm gonna do as much reading as possible. Let's grab those guys. I've aged 20 years. Sounds like a you problem. Alright. These men speak, we're facing ourselves. So true, so true. The emotion is too much, you know? Excuse me while I come to stand next to you so I can kill you. Man, it's so good. Oh, that scene. I can't wait for part 2. Haven't even finished part 1 and I can't wait for part 2. Oh, but yeah, we made group progress, so we'll probably finish part 1. If not today, tomorrow for sure. But yeah, as I said, little break time. Once more. So stretch your legs, grab some snacks, some water, something. Writing is for sure getting back to Frontline 1 levels. Yeah, for real. But yeah, I'll be gone, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes in between everything. I might feed my cats also because it's getting to the time that they usually get fed when there's people at home. Which means they're gonna get annoying if I don't do it. So yeah, might be a few minutes. Probably like 15, 20 minutes, somewhere around that. So you guys have some time to take a little break. And we'll be back to continue. So yeah, BRB.
Hey, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry guys for taking forever. As I said, I was like, you know, I'm like, oh, just a short break, gonna refill my water, go to the bathroom, maybe eat like a few cookies, call it a day. But then I stood up and I was like, man, I'm starving. So I actually like heated up some rice, cracked an egg over it. I had some little excuse for lunch. And then I also ate some cookies because, you know, gotta have some dessert. Let me remove the pin on pin message. Quickly check Discord again. After 10 years, you are back, real. But yeah, I'm ready to get some more progress on in here. I got like another hour or so to go, so we can probably get at least two more nodes out of the way. Maybe 3. This third one is a story one though, so will mostly depend on how long these 2 are. But even if we only get here, this is only leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for tomorrow. So, you know, we should be able to finish tomorrow nonetheless. With that said, let's get back to it. DeFi 2. If you're not an enemy, we can work together. Oh, this is the Lena skin that I was mentioning, that I was talking about. All right. Gonna get rid of the spider. We hate spiders. The Spidros. Either. Kluke is somehow climbing walls on her bike. Damn, you get no one from there. Guess you get those two. Stay there. Can't really reach that guy with anyone. So I need to wait for next turn. Unless Beepo does something. Nice! That was great. Do we get a cutscene or do we go straight to the... Oh, nice. Sorry, 1 second. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm just doing this thing on Discord. It won't be forever, I swear. Alright. Let's go. Third generation doll. A plan that's been a stop in its tracks isn't necessarily a stop for good. Alright, whatever the fact that means. No rest for the revolution. Oh yes, right, I'm planning the revolution. Yes, exactly, that is totally what I'm doing. Absolutely.
After some investigation, they arrive before a sealed electronic door.
Thank you for the follow, Vaporeon Bonaparte. That's a name? Are you coordinating a leva for polary contest last night? Oh yeah, right, Irma, you went around for my political speech at the beginning. I love Girls Frontline too. Yeah! We love Girls Frontline in this house, the entire Girls Frontline franchise. I was saying, Irma, that the community, we have the power. The community must come together. If we can funnel all the votes from everyone in like place 5 and below into the dolls between places 2 and 4, into the second, third, and fourth place, we can get Kluke out of the top 3. I love Kluke. I've loved 416 ever since Cube. But she has gotten too much already. Her power is too great. She does not deserve another win. She needs to step aside, give a chance to others. So I say we coordinate and get her out of the ranking. She has 4 million points. Last time we checked, and second place was Leva with like 1.6 million. Like, that difference is insane. $4.8 now. Damn. This brings me back to the theater days. Oh no, I was saying that it brings me back to the first Mod 3 vote. And I was like, you know what? Maybe we should return to our roots. Maybe we should get people salty about another doll winning, you know, and not let Cloque win. And let all the fans be salty about it. You know, sometimes we need to return to our roots of angering each other. We should all vote for Centaurus. Actually, that will be extremely funny. That will be extremely funny. Go back to our roots. Go back to the first Mod 3 vote. The first and only. Vote for Centaurus. Vote for Imoko supremacy. But yeah, that was my speech, Irma. Did you like it? Do I sound like any other corrupted politician? It will be extremely funny if history repeats itself. And we have Centaurus win. 8 more years of discourse over Centaurus. Get down, Miss President. Man, now I can't stop thinking about it. It would be so extremely funny if Centaurus wins. Let's get Centaurus to first place, guys. But right, time to read.
After some investigation, they arrive before a sealed electronic door.
In what place is she? She was very far down.
The electronic sign on the door is dead too. What's inside? Don't tell me it's another mini-lab. That makes at least 3 we've found.
Why are there so many mini-labs in this underground facility under an old mansion? I'm getting PTSD.
They all look the same. And aside from some small outdated security droids, there's nothing. The production rates look like they haven't been started in over a year. And we can't extract any data from the electronic devices. Boring.
確かなのはここは小規模な機械研究施設で
At least we can confirm this is a small mechanical research site.
オデッサに供給して
The automatons match early UR pass.
部品も構造
The automatons match early UR parts supplied to Odessa security
も
forces.
ついてないけど
No trademarks.
おそらく
But
この
odds
施設は
are the UR group owns this place.
ここは当たりかもしれない
Then we've hit the jackpot.
でも主席を殺したり冤罪をふっかけたり
Gerard has assassinated the chief, planted false evidence, and even deployed heavy guards.
スクラップを隠し
All just to hide some junk in a hidden workshop?
そんなはずないわ
This doesn't add up.
ジラードグループは
Gerard already has the license to produce security droids.
隠す
They have no need to be so secretive about it.
じゃあ何のために
So what's really going on here?
それはもっと調べないと
If we want to know, we have to dig deeper. Liva?
ええ近くの分かれ道に移動して
うん
電子戦に備えるわよ
Let's move into a nearby side passage and prep for electronic warfare.
私だけでいいから3人は援護をお願いね
Better if I handle it myself. Just recover for me.
Oh, wife. Oh, wife.
No crack in the system defenses. Robella, I'll be counting on your support.
Damn! That was actually a nice shot. That was actually a very nice shot. Just the camera moving slightly to the side and suddenly revealing Robella behind our farming. Yep, I'll cut off the reinforcements. It's cinema.
Alright. Come do your thing.
Actually, you can probably do better. Oh yeah.
静かにして訓練の成果ね
Cookie, you get rid of... Ah. You get rid of this guy. Oh wait, I need to actually... If I do this, maybe. There we go. That was the positioning.
降参するなら今のうちよどうってことないわ
Can I reach you? I can. And get rid of that guy.
降参するなら今のうちよ目標沈黙どうってことないわ
There's some guys there. Just stay there. Let's see if Lena can reach. Nope. Nope. She can reach one. And then we end turn. And Sleepo Vipo laser death ray from above, I don't know. While Liva works on the intrusion, the other three dolls form a semicircle around her and keep guard.
長いのそんなに手強いの
This is taking a while. Is the door security level that high?
何重にも暗号化されてるから
It uses composite encryption.
45%
The success rate of cracking it is about 45%.
勝利場もあまり
Liva and I don't dare to use brute force.
敵に見つかるから
In case you alert the droids if you fail?
そうセキュリティシステムに探知されるだけでも厄介よ
We also don't want to raise the defense level if the system flags a threat.
Liva completes a hack and exits level 2.
電子ゲートと部屋の中の監視カメラは全部処理
I've taken care of the door and the cameras in the room.
今度は楽しみにしていいわよ
Suppo, you won't be disappointed this time. Something good in there?
Sopo slings her weapon, dashes ahead, and slips into the room.
ちょっと
Classic Sopo.
大丈夫。ただの実験室だから安全よ。
Don't worry, it's just an ordinary lab. Perfectly safe inside. Let's go.
Then why did you say that? What do you mean by you won't be disappointed? The three remaining dolls enter the lab. Robella and Alba both frown at the sight within. Sopo, however, looks around in excitement.
I'll check over there.
She darts off toward the console.
これのどこがただの実験室ですか？
Leva, you call this ordinary?
講義的には形がおかしいだけのただのパーツ。
Objectively speaking, these are just some peculiar components.
彼女たちはパーツなんかじゃ。
They're not components.
Alba walks up to a specimen, an incomplete doll frame hanging from the wall, missing her lower half and left arm, her chest unarmored. Inside the exposed mechanical torso, wires tangled in a chaotic mess.
人工皮膚の面積が 20% 以下。左目の視覚モジュールもミス。
Synthetic skin coverage at less than 20%. No left eye model installed.
組み立てが終わってない試験ロットじゃない？
An unfinished prototype, never fully assembled,
それでも比較的完全な。
but it's still one of the more complete ones here.
Alba turns to the other specimens. They are even more fragmented, some only with a single arm or half a torso. Under night vision, they appear eerie and bleak.
そうね。一番状態がいいのも完成率は 60%
Yeah.
以下。
Even the most complete isn't 60% finished.
おそらくはプロトタイプ以前の
Most likely failed attempts before the prototype stage.
かつての私も
I nearly ended up like that
こう
myself.
なりかけた。
Hey yo, Sudan Lordrop.
同情してるの？
Alba, are you pitying them?
Alba shakes her head.
いや。
No.
改めて自分の幸運さを思い知る。
I just think I was lucky.
私の知ってる反逆正体は幸運と無縁だったはずだけど、
What Diffie has gone through hardly counts as lucky.
少なくとも私はこうして動いている。
At least I'm still standing here.
Meanwhile, Robella, who has been inspecting other specimens, comes over. She carefully feels around for a mechanical joint on the frame.
やっぱりこの素体も
This one has it too.
何か気づいた？
Found something?
日付です。これを
A date. Look.
Shining a flashlight at the joint, a faint engraving of some small text can just be made out.
2071。その後の数字は読めない。
20. 71. The last digits are too worn to read.
I actually don't know 94 lore that deeply. I have not read their mod stories, I really should, but I just imagine going back to years when I'm reading mod stories. Mod stories.
2071年に製造されたのか。
So they were produced as early as 2071?
パーツによってはさらに古いものも
Some parts can be traced back even earlier.
製造年月通りに並んで
They're arranged in order of production dates.
これは
Like
まるで
like federal specimens displayed in a museum.
What? Robella describes the match her narrow cloud produces. The thought unsettles her. She glances over at Sopo.
ストップ行くわよ。
Sopo, stop playing around. Time to go?
Sopo glances back at the console wistfully, then hurries over. She eagerly throws a part into Robella's face, making her squint and lean back.
Huh. Robella, look! I found something fun. Never seen one of these before.
Those look like regular old composite cables.
ちょっと近づけないで。
Get that out of my face.
The way her voice changes, it just goes higher.
勝手に解体しちゃダメって何度言ったら。
How many times have I told you not to just rip things apart? What if you trigger an alarm?
待って、そのパーツどこから解体したの？
Wait, where did you get this from?
あっちのコンソールの周りに
There were heaps of scrap parts by the console. I'd never seen anything like this before, so I grabbed it.
Rebella strides over to the console and inspects the scattered parts closely. Seeing her reaction, the other three come over too.
どうしてこんなところに
How could it be here?
何かあった？
Found something?
ええ。ソップが見つけたパーツ。
The part that Sobo picked
ペルシカ
up
さんが設計したものです。
is Persica's design.
Oh.
ペルシカが？
Rebella motions to Sopo, and the latter obediently hands the part to Leva.
この手のパーツはペルシカさんが第三
Persica designed this kind of connector exclusively for one version of third-gen dolls.
第二世代のパーツを
Its purpose was to adapt old second-gen parts to fit third-gen frames.
目的です。
Oh, so they can be upgraded like that. Nice.
でもこの計画は最終的にペルシカさんが一方的に中止しました。
But she unilaterally terminated that upgrade project.
それからコンセプトが変わったので、
She later revised her design,
もう製造依頼を
and this type of connector was never produced again.
Hmm.
だから流通しているとおかしい。
So it never entered circulation.
はい。実験段階
Since it was experimental, Persica only had them produced in minimal quantities.
ペルシカも発注先は選んだ方が良さそう。
It would seem that Persica ought to investigate her contractors closely.
発注先から設計図を盗んだ。
You're saying someone stole the design from the manufacturer?
設計図、試作品、
Blueprints, prototypes, maybe later production batches,
もしかしたら
possibly even...
Leva's gaze sweeps across the incomplete frames in the lab.
この施設の成り立ちと目的がペルシカの大
This lab's purpose and research direction may all tie back to Persica's theories on third-gen dolls.
今気づいたのですが、
I noticed that the frames hanging here all use this same special connector.
このアダプタが使われています。下手したら改造に成功した第三世代
Oh my.
企業は
Maybe Rebella isn't the only third-gen doll successfully modified?
私なんか成功例じゃ
I was never a success. Not in Persica's eyes.
ペルシカさんにとっては。
You are a success, Sumiro.
ふん。だから少し前、レナに実験の協力をさせたんだ。
Oh?
何があったの？
No wonder she later brought Len into her experiments. What happened?
Rebella voiced the question.
どうでもいいことです。
It doesn't matter.
素体はすべてチェックしました。
I've checked all the frames.
メンタルモ
None carry an error cloud, so there's nothing to hack.
もできません。
There's no point in investigating this lab any further.
もう何もないでしょう。まあ、多少収穫はあったわ。
Hmm.
そっ
But we did gain
その
something.
パーツ大事に持っててね。
Sopo, keep that part safe. Don't lose it. No worries.
Sopo tucks the connector carefully into her pocket.
さあ、調査を続けるわよ。
Let's move on.
As the dolls leave the lab, the camera that Leva had disabled slowly swivels.
やっと終わった。帰ったら一日寝てもいい？やばい。もう我慢が。
How could Persica compete with Sobo's diner get design? Real questions. Man! Okay, this story note is probably gonna be the last one for today since it's probably gonna be long. Because again, let me just check Discord real quick.
Again, sorry I've been kind of jumping in between two things. Wait, happening. I didn't realize that. Oh, okay. Not my sister, which is what matters. Yearn for freedom. With the treasure plundered by thieves, the guards cannot escape their shackled fate. The electronic door opens smoothly, and Leva and the others enter the room. Damn! This is a cool server room. This laboratory is larger than the others, with rows of cabinets filled with servers. Deep blue signal lights flash rhythmically without pause.
この部屋は賑やかね。
Quite a party in here.
このサーバーの数。
So many servers.
ここが
Is this Girard's server room?
ジラードの規模にしてはだいぶ小さい。
For Girard's scale, this is too small.
きっと数あるサーバールームのうちの一つ。
Probably just one of many server rooms.
こんなところに隠す。
Still, having servers in a place like this, it's hard not to suspect what's stored inside. Yeah!
ジラードが隠そうとしている何かかもしれない。
Maybe this is tied to the secret Girard is so desperate to hide. Should we try to hack them?
待って。前に
Wait,
何かある。
there seems to be something up ahead. Prompted by Alba, the dog's director gazed down the row upon row of cabinets. In the flickering blue light of the servers, a tall, vertical black shadow faintly appears against the farthest wall.
ケーブル？
A bunch of cables, maybe?
キャビネットが邪魔で見えない。
It's blocked by the cabinets. I can't see clearly.
まずはチェックが必要そうね。
Looks like we need to check for hidden threats first.
ソップとロベラはキャビネットの間を通り抜けて、私とアルバはここに残って背中を守るわ。
Wait, I just saw there's like a giant spider in here. Do you guys see it? I just looked at the red light and there was like, oh, that is a thing on the wall. Australia. I see.
Sopo, Robella, move down the aisle between the cabinets. Alva and I will stay here, in case enemies try to flank us from behind.
Australia simulator.
The other three dolls nod, and they all spring into action.
Hey yo, more CGs.
Sopo and Robella inch closer to the target. The thin black shadow on the wall remains motionless, like a beast lurking in the dark. Slowly, the shadow becomes clear. It looks like an arm, but it's unnaturally long. Its narrow tip doesn't end in a hand, but in a sharp scythe.
Wait, I see hands. I see arms. I see arms here.
Robella shoots Sopo a look, and the latter promptly darts out from behind the cabinets, raising her gun and aiming at the unknown object on the wall. What is that thing?
Huh? Huh? What the fuck is this? Boys at arms, real. Again, a screenshot saving. Where is the place where I save the screenshots? Anyway, what the fuck? What technological terrors have Mika invented now? Man, I don't know. Is that thing randomly in Gunsmoke? Oh, I think it is. Maybe, perhaps. A cube with arms. Horrors beyond my comprehension. The Cloudburst servant had enough and grew arms and legs.
I'm like, why is it like that? Biblical angel. Biblically accurate angel. It's like a cube. It has some weird cables here. There's something. Still, it looks like there's something here, like a pod. And like this one looks like spider legs, but if you look at the ones above, they look strangely like ties. And then there's just two arms here, like just two regular old arms poking out from here. Like, why?
A strange doll hangs lifelessly against the wall. Aside from her already elongated limbs, multiple thin tendrils also extend from her back, almost like the appendages of an arthropod. The ends of the tendrils are either gun muzzles or sights. Her head can just barely be distinguished, but no facial features were ever designed. A cold alloy plate covers her entire face.
Wait. Yeah, it's a hair, apparently. The two smaller pair of artists were hugging, of course. Ah, yes, of course. And I'm like, what? What is supposed to be her face? Like, I am reading this description and looking at this cube. And I'm like, what is supposed to be the face? Like, this plain thing here? Then why are... What?
What a bizarre construction. Is this even still a doll?
After observing the doll and confirming that it is powered down, Ravella relaxes slightly.
Let's call Leva and Alva over.
Having received Ravella's signal, Leva and Alva hurry over.
とんでもないものを見つけちゃったわね。
Well, well, what an astonishing discovery.
だから主席は殺されたんだ。
No wonder the chief was assassinated for finding these coordinates.
機械とか民生用人形で
This can't possibly be disguised as an ordinary automaton or a civilian doll.
ジラードはこんなものを作ってたんです。
Girard is developing such a dangerous model.
これはプロトタイプか。
This is
さっきの実験
the
室
prototype.
すべて失敗作。
The friend we saw earlier in the other lab were all effective specimens.
Dear Paradeus, have you considered therapy for your clearly psychotic tendencies? I don't think they have. This is the new main model.
彼女にも同じパーツが使われていたら
If she uses the same standard parts,
技術を見せ
then this is practically proof that Girard stole Persica's technology to research third-gen dolls.
Ravella reaches toward the grotesque doll on the wall to investigate further, but Leva grabs her.
どうしました？
What's wrong?
気をつけてね。
Better be careful.
途中まではよしとしてもここに来ても
We may be able to explain away your smooth progress as far as having successfully misdirected the enemy's attention.
あまりにも不自然じゃない。
But for the hiding place of such a deadly thing, the defenses here seem awfully thin.
その警戒心、賞賛に値しますわ。
Your perspicacity is commendable.
Hearing the voice from the doorway, Leva and the others immediately switch to combat readiness and disperse behind nearby cabinets. Damn! The flashbang! Holy shit! The light in the room come on all at once, the sudden glare briefly disrupting the doll's vision. When their visual models stabilize, the one who just spoke is already standing in the middle of the aisle.
番犬のお出ましってことね。
The real guard dog has arrived.
第三世代人形、ダーチュアですわ。
The brat.
Darcher, a third-generation doll.
She lifts her skirt with one hand and sinks into an elegant yet pompous curtsy.
ごめん遊ばせ
A pleasure to meet you. I hope I haven't caused you much alarm.
Is it just me or are I different? Oh, I didn't say. A Thirjan doll?
まさにご存知だとは
It is. But it's been too long. I don't remember having. Did she always have two different color eyes? Yeah? Oh, okay.
Indeed, it seems you're not familiar with the term.
As Darcher takes a step forward, the dolls raise their weapons at her.
動くな
Stay where you are. Don't move.
Darcher obediently sets her parasol down by her feet, raises both hands, and takes a step back.
そう緊張なさらないでくださいな
No need to be so to be nervous.
まだ戦う気が
For now, I have no intention of fighting you.
なければ
Otherwise, your remaining time will be spent only in terror and emptiness.
ことでしょうそう
She's so tiny.
してくれてたんだでも不利なのは実はあなたの方だったりして
Then we shall thank you for sparing us. But right now, the one being held at gunpoint seems to be you.
そうですわね今の私
True enough.
ではない
As I am now, I stand no chance.
リーバーあれがずっと言ってた強力な
Leva, is this a highly lethal doll you mentioned earlier?
気持ち
Doesn't look like much. I thought we'd at least get a good fight the moment we met.
ここで感化を交えるわけ
My apologies. I cannot fight you here.
ここでじゃあ何場所変え
Here?
て私を倒せ
What do you mean? In another place you just twist my head off?
それがお望みならお手を煩わせ
If that is your wish, I don't mind obliging.
Darcher fixes her gaze on Sopo and flashes her a dangerous smile.
ここに来る途中でもうお気づきでは
Since you made it this far, you must know something about this research facility.
この場所は第三
This is where all third generation dolls were born.
今残っているのは捨てられ残
Though it has been abandoned now, and what remains are only the defective pieces you've seen,
失敗す
and that failed prototype behind you.
こんなのが第三世代人形のものか
I don't think these things deserve to be called Thirjan dolls.
意見が一致したようで何より
To share your opinion is an honor.
欠陥品から作られたもの
These things cobbled together from rejects,
醜く
vulgar,
グレ
ugly, stupid,
まるで作り
much like their maker.
よっぽどジラードへの不満を募らせていたようね
Sounds like you got a grudge against Gerard.
力を欲しながらそれに
They forge tools of conquest, yet they fear the very power they seek.
作り主はジラードの人間に
The
対して
pitiful maker etched restrictions,
指令を
fearful of the dolls turning on them.
サーバールームも
This server room packed with Gerard's data is, for us, not different from a prison.
愚かと思いませんこと
Foolish, isn't it?
すでに盗ま
The
れた
treasure is already in the thief's hands,
それを守
yet the
る
soldiers guarding it are shackled by their king's chains.
なんだかこっちもおちょくられた気分だ
I get the feeling she just insulted us too.
わけじゃなくても
Cheh. Whether you can fight or not, you're not getting out of this without losing 2 legs and a head.
待って
Robella presses Sopo's gun down, watching Darcher warily as he rambles on heedlessly.
今言ったことがもし事実ならここにいる限り私たちを
If you're telling the truth when you say you can't attack us here,
なのに教えたという
and you're handing us all this information,
試する自信があるってこと
that must mean you're confident that you can still keep us trapped here. Isn't that right?
Darcher claps her hands happily.
上位な存在として第二世代人形
As a higher creation, I expected nothing from second generation dolls.
あの人形チーム
But you and that doll squad leader I met before have both impressed me deeply.
これまでの無礼お詫びいたし
I apologize for my earlier scorn and rudeness.
Disregarding the threat, Darto takes a step back and curses again. With her head bowed, her expression is obscured.
I only hope your combat skill matches that of the Steam dolls.
Darto suddenly snatches up her parasol, rolls to the side, and slips behind the row of cabinets.
Those were the alarmies. I told you not to waste time talking with her.
Sopo springs toward the ale where Darto has vanished and raises her gun without hesitation. A burst of bullets slams into the servers Darto is using as cover. Sparks erupt in the room, and the servers buzz angrily.
No, not the servers!
Sopo, fall back. You and Alba secure the lab entrance. Restrict her movements. Do not fire without orders. I take back what I just said.
Why is your voice changing? Distorting.
Darto's voice sounds eerily distorted. She slowly steps out from cover and curses once more toward Leva.
You are even better.
Her frame is unharmed and free from bullet holes. With the parasol in one hand, her lower body is still locked in a curtsy while her upper body remains upright. She looks both elegant and absurd in that posture.
What happened to her? Thank you for freeing me.
The server's Sopo shot crackles behind Dartur, making her voice sound broken.
Freedom! At last! I'm no longer bound to those fools' orders. This is her server? Correct!
Dartur finally straightens up completely. Her head turns at an unnatural angle toward Alba, who has reached the entrance, but her eyes are not focused on Alba.
Transaction complete. I leave the rest to you. If you disappoint me, I won't spare you.
As if in response, the surveillance camera above Alba, which should have been disabled, flickers to life.
Someone's watching us, Leva. The surveillance control has been taken back. Multiple droids are closing in outside.
Ignoring the doll's commotion, Dartur slowly raises her parasol.
Everyone, prepare for combat. Virgin. Local data.
Seemingly oblivious to the doll's incoming attack, Dartur lowers her eyes and smiles faintly as she strokes the shaft of her parasol. Suddenly, her smile twists into a horrific grimace, and what she does next leaves the doll stunned. Dartur drives the parasol hard into her own core.
Okay.
More fracture cracking. Silver sparks burst like fireworks. The heat shards her synthetic skin, releasing an acrid stench. Fluid runs down the parasol and drips onto the metal floor, spreading slowly. Dartur loses all balance and tumbles forward. The parasol's tip pierces completely through her core. At the same time, the flares erupt in a shrill roar. The prototype Virgin doll
Something. I couldn't read. Okay, I can't leave that here. We're gonna do one more. I have time for one more. What Virgin dolls does instead of getting therapy, real. But yeah, I can't leave that just hanging there. Destruction schedule.
The progress must be stopped before the evidence is destroyed. This can't be too long because it's a battle stage, I'm hoping. The servers keep holding. Darcher's actions are beyond comprehension. The chaos before them leaves the dolls unable to calculate any reasonable outcome.
It's deafening! Leva, the server data is being destroyed. Gerard is wiping the evidence. Rovella, lead Sop and Alma to fight the patrol droids. I'll hack the servers and stop the purge. You decide the timing and tactics.
Damn! Damn! Doesn't look like we're fighting. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Brum brum! And now, can I? Oh yeah. Thank you, thank you. Damn, can't reach. You just stand there, stay there. Oh! Oh, it's AoE! Oh. Oh, it is because it has 2 stacks. Maybe? I don't remember, but goddamn. Okay. After taking down the system defense automaton, Leva quickly hides behind a block of virtual data. Leva's neurocloud calculations gradually output several results as she observes the level 2 space. Impressive. Using Darcher to lure us into destroying the servers. Then exploiting the server damage to launch a strike on Gerard's data center. I thought we'd finally grab Gerard by the throat, but it turns out we've been caught in one big net instead. Leva looks toward the collapsing edges in the distance. After weighing her options and running more calculations, she sighs. The data protection functions have nearly collapsed. I can't handle this alone. I'll need to ask Rovella for help. Leva prepares to cut her connection to level 2. Oh no! Network error. Your request has been denied. Oh no! She's trapped! Network error. Your request has been denied. So hospitable. I really don't deserve such courtesy. Though still smirking, Leva grows more wary and starts scanning her surroundings carefully. Not far away, broken data fragments begin to reassemble, forming another system defense automaton. A light, lilting voice comes through a speaker. How about perishing along with the data, Miss MP45? You're welcome to try. Inside the server room, the dolls fighting patrol droids notice Leva's abnormal state.
Ravella, what's happening with Leva?
メンタルが遮断されてる。
Her neural cloud is cut off. Her neural cloud is cut off. Most probably caused by the hack.
どうする？
What do we do?
リバがそう簡単にやられるわけありません。
With Leva's electronic warfare ability, she won't go down easily.
安全な場所まで引いて
The first priority is keeping her frame safe.
に加勢しましょう。
Check your statuses. We will retreat to a safe position, then prepare to provide electronic warfare support for Leva. Ravella props up Leva's unresponsive frame and quickly takes cover behind another obstacle.
Ravella, check the cache space.
なんなのこのリクエスト量。
So many upload requests bounced back.
アップロードに失敗した。
That's a fail upload, isn't it? Could the service be broken? Alba, how's it on your end?
同じだ。
Same here.
おかしい。
Something's off.
が合ってない。
The contents and return times don't match.
失敗のメッセージが
The sync failure prompts are only showing now.
まずい。
Damn.
私たち
Our network environment is being controlled. Likely from the moment we entered here. All our uploaded information was intercepted.
されていた。
Oh.
動機のプロセスをいじられた。
You mean they tampered with the sync process?
多分ダミーの中継機能を用意したんでしょう。
Yes, they most likely forged a fake virtual relay. From the moment we entered the underground facility, our submitted data never even reached the Earth's encrypted server. Ravella sprays a burst of bullets toward the squad of droids rushing in from outside the lab.
今はとにかく撤退を。
We don't have time to worry about this now. Fall back first. We'll deal with the rest later. What's that? A piercing wail interrupted the doll's fight with the automatons. The massive electromagnetic interference threw the dolls off balance, forcing them down to one knee.
なってるの？
What's happening? Ravella fights through the dizziness and looks toward the source of the sound. The prototype that has been quietly hanging on the wall suddenly stirs. Multiple tendrils behind her glow as though blood is flowing within. Her armored head jerks unnaturally.
Neural, cloud, loading.
ダーチアの声。
That's Darcher's voice.
Didn't she self-destruct?
残存メンタルがプロトタイプと同期したんだ。
Her residual neural cloud has been syncing to the prototype.
させたことで、ジラードの
Since Darcher has already broken the restrictions that Girard programmed into her base layer by destroying her own neural cloud, Girard's attack restraints probably no longer apply to the prototype either.
She just won't stay dead. Is she a cockroach? Let me blow her up with...
The shrill wail sounds again. Sobo's movement is disrupted before she can act.
電磁干渉がひどすぎる。これじゃ勝ち目が
Her electromagnetic interference hit us too hard. We don't understand a chance like this.
データ同期のカモフラージュとトラップの
First blocking our data sync,
牙を捉えた。
then trapping Leva. Next she'll definitely wipe us out to silence us and erase all the evidence.
まだ完全に起動してないうちにリバを連れて脱出しましょう。
Sobo, Alba, take Leva. Retreat before she's fully activated.
私が強かった？あなたの
Damn! Damn, son! Oh, shit's getting real. We're nearly at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're 5 now nodes. No time to do it today. But yeah, we will be finishing part 1 tomorrow, which will leave us with next weekend to do Lena's event. But damn! Damn! Absolute peak, absolute cinema. It has been great. I mean, this has been amazing. What do I have here? Oh yeah, I have something on the Oblivion that I haven't checked. It's the challenge mode, probably. Yeah. That will be done in some other instance. Wait, do I have something else that I haven't grabbed? Oh, it's probably because I haven't done the pulse thingy here. Okay. This was as per usual something? Yeah. I do not love challenge mode. Challenge mode, since I leveled my doll, so challenge mode are not that bad. But damn. Damn, boy. Anyway, let's get in here. Close this. Man, the Alba appearance took me so off guard. I said I had absolutely forgotten that she showed up. And it just took me out. Like, what? That was so good. That was so good. That was so peak. Man, this really is just going back to Girls Frontline 1 with all the conspiracies and corruption and corporations taking over, like trying to get their way into political powers, you know, to control cities. I'm just like, yes, this truly is Girls Frontline. Not only hype moments on Aura, but just a lot of investigation and discovery and finding out conspiracies with a little side of incomprehensible horrors. You love to see it. It's so good, man. It's so good. I am excited. I am super excited to finish it tomorrow. Hopefully I won't be stupid today and go to bed at a good time, so tomorrow I won't be dead. I need to start writing what happened in my notebook. Yeah, this is one of those events in which you really need to like keep track of what's happening, who is betraying who is working with who is working behind whose back. It's so back. We are so back. It's so good. It's so big. I wish I could continue. I wish I had time to continue reading. But alas, tomorrow we finish. Tomorrow we start stream at the same time. And yeah, we should be able to just go straight into the end. Hopefully I won't have a different thing going on at the same time. But if I do, well, too bad. Because I would probably be too much into the story to take the other thing. But we shall see. Someone clip the Volpine Blaze song. Let's go! Feel free to send it to me. I'm probably gonna listen to that now before I forget. But yeah, man. Cinema. Absolute pick. Can't wait for tomorrow. I'm hoping there will be cutscenes though. There's been a big lack of cutscenes in Girls Frontline 2 lately. But this is a major event, so I'm assuming we'll get at least one. Maybe not in part 1, but hopefully in part 2. I guess we'll see. We shall see. We shall see tomorrow. But for now, yeah. I'm in that state in which I kind of want to yap, but I have nothing to yap about because my brain is dead. So all I can think of is like, damn, that was peak. Oh, the art is so great though. I really love the art direction in Girls Frontline 2.
it's cleaner than in Frontline 1, but you know, it is still super good. Like the use of lighting and composition they have is so good. I do get Foxy needs a good nap. No, I don't nap. I try to avoid naps because then I can't sleep at night. Better get our notebooks ready from now on. Real. I'm gonna start getting a notebook like right here. I'm just taking notes. A double shot of coffee. No, I already drank coffee this morning. What I need is to get off the computer. Probably go lie on my bed for a bit. But because I get tired sitting at the computer for so long. But anyway, excited for tomorrow. Very, very excited for tomorrow. Be here or be square. We are finishing Deep Oblivion Part 1 tomorrow. There might be screaming from my part. Again. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming and for putting up with like all the breaks and the little things in between when I was doing something else. Thank you for putting up with me. Tomorrow we finish. And yeah, thank you for coming. Remember to have a good night, good night, or a good rest of your day. Remember to stay safe, stay hydrated, and as always, I'll see you guys next time. So bye bye.